Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today's currently July 1st, kicking off a new month in the stock markets. Canadian markets are closed today in observance of Canada Day, but the rest of the markets are chugging along nicely. We currently have oil popping. Nat gas is selling off, but hitting that daily 200. That's on watch for some long trade setups, guys. Nat gas longs are on watch for today. I'm also looking at continuously watching that volatility index. I think the UVXY VIX is at an area where we're probably going to get a do pop in the near term. You're currently seeing a bit of weakness creeping back into the QQQ. QQQ right now is slightly green, gapping up a little bit, but it has been faded off of its pre-market high around 480.56. You have the Russell slightly green as well, and the S&P 500. Today the dollar's down, so that's technically a little bit of supporting factor of equity markets going higher. But the problem with that is oil. Oil is just relentlessly strong. Another session where oil is continuing to march to the high range of its consolidation, pushing $82 a barrel, $82.30 on WTI crude. So again, anytime oil is strong, I do fear that markets have to reprice just based off of inflation expectations. Looking at yields today, 10-year yield up 1.2, 2-year yield's only up 0.7. That's a 50 basis point 50 bip spread between the two today, and on a percentage basis, and that's a problem. That's again showing that the yield curve is trying to uninvert. Long end of the curve is trying to outperform the short end of the curve. That's typically a very, very big headwind for the indices. So again, yield strong, dollar weak, kind of cancels each other out in the near term, but I do think that this market can have a little bit of a push and then a sell-off. I think the Russell might try to reattack 203.68 before it has a reversal back down, and then the QQQ. Now, keep in mind, we had that epic reversal candle on Friday, so that was a pretty big reversal that was observed. Mic check. Mic check. Perfect. Sorry, I just didn't want to rant along there and find out that I was actually just talking to myself. So glad everyone can hear everything. So let's keep going through the things here. Obviously, there's some news headlines across the board. Roaring Kitty now moving into Chewy. So is he looking to pump these other meme stocks potentially? Going from Roaring Kitty to Roaring Doggy. But he files a 10% stake in Chewy shares. And there's a lawsuit as well announced against Roaring Kitty. Nevertheless, we'll see what happens. I'm just scrolling through some headlines here. Ryan Cohen makes first X post in months after GameStop seeks app developers. BYD sales rise to a record on price cuts. Big war right now going on in EV market between China and US. And China, unfortunately, their manufacturing is just downright cheaper, crushing us. So there's going to be a big tariff battle. Alright, I'm not really seeing too much other than the fact that energy again is very strong. XOM gapping up, Valero pushing up here. Oil still maintaining price structure. Again, watch that prior day low on the Qs. 479.30 is your prior day low. Any sort of a loss of that level opens us up to a move. Just give me a second here. So if we look on the SPY regular chart, you're going to see a very, very, very powerful head and shoulders pattern that hasn't triggered yet. But if this triggers, you can see that we had that little bit of a glimpse, breakdown on Friday, and then they saved it into the session there. But that was a glimmer of a breakdown. You get a breakdown in this pattern here, and take a look at the downside target. We have a pretty big move down to about 534.80. 534.80. So I'd highly encourage you mark that chart, that level on your chart. Now again, it's only valid on the S&P and the Qs if we break that neckline. Okay, we need to break that neckline. At the moment, we have not done so. So the question is the S&P going to be defended at its prior day low there? Tesla's obviously pushing higher here. I do have a short level on Tesla as well as a long level. If we retested 198.72, that's a bit of a buy level. Some noise on the line, Bart. Yeah, I do have some stuff going in the background, but so again, I'm not really keen to jump into anything at the moment off of the open. I don't see any stocks that I'm absolutely in love with. The only thing I am watching closely now is natural gas for a bit of a long trade. I still wanted to retest that daily 200 moving average, which is sitting at around 252. It came within pennies of doing so, but I still think that that's an area of interest on the long side. But I'm watching that neckline of the S&P 500 because if it breaks down, got a pretty big down move that should occur. Hey Bart. No, the Tesla was closed. The Tesla was closed on Friday. We closed that. Alright, so we're seeing the Dixie faded a little bit. You can see that price structure on the S&P still trading above that prior day low. As long as we stay above prior day low, we can push back to prior day high. That's the range. You get a breakdown below prior day low, it's a short. Any sort of a back test and hold of these lows is considered a long. I'm just going to take it slow, not looking to get into anything crazy today. The setup needs to be very, very good. It's okay, I still think Tesla's going to come back down a little bit. Still a very, just a momentum stock pushing higher in the face of Robo-Tapsy. But yields are still moving higher here. This is a sensitive stock to the yield market. It should keep coming down. Alright, so the markets are set to open in about 6 minutes here. 6 minutes. Bitcoin running into a little bit of pressure at the EMA 113, getting rejected quite nicely. Looks like Bitcoin's probably going to try to retest around 62.2. And we'll see if Chewy wants to see any sort of a continuation move higher off of now a new player in the meme space of Chewy, Roaring Kitty pumping it up. Nike looks like it's trying to break out here out of its little basing formation, so that might be an area where we consider going long. If small caps stay strong today, one stock that I am watching is SunPower, SPWR. If small caps stay strong. MSTR green at the moment. Yeah, MSTR is green. Still some pockets of strength in this market. We'll see how the sectors open up. NVDA is obviously down a little bit. Amazon took a nice little sell. Chris is saying interested in MSOX, MSOS headed above $3. How's MSOS doing? Yeah, these marijuana stocks are tricky, but eventually they will come into some sort of a bid area. How's CGC doing today? Yeah, that's down slightly by a couple pennies. Daily chart's getting a little bit long in the tooth. You would favor a bounce at some point, but still probably needs to go a little bit lower on CGC. Aurora. But I'm watching them. Good morning, good morning. Alright guys, so we're just going to take it slow. We do have oil absolutely flying again. Nat gas is taking a bit of a sell-off. I do like nat gas around 252 longs. Just for a quick day trade scalp. You're coming into that daily 200, but believe it or not, nat gas is probably going to 240. I think we get a nice little multi-day bounce here off this vicinity, maybe form a bear flag, bear wedge, and then we go lower. All right, 2 minutes till the open here. 2 minutes till the open. Microsoft getting a nice little gap up. QQQ and NVDA are inverse pre-market. Yeah, it's a little interesting observation for sure. Big thing I'm seeing is, what does Microsoft do today? I still think Microsoft's the next big boy to see some distribution and lower price action. So we'll see what happens. See if you like ASNS for continuation. I can take a peek. Right now it's down. Maybe around 176. I'd like it. So I'm seeing Apple at 0.7. Baba's seeing a nice little move here. Amazon strong. Nike's catching a nice little move. Still no trades for me. I'm just sitting in the saddle here, waiting patiently, just seeing how the market wants to settle out. The Russell's coming up into a short zone. Same thing with Tesla. Tesla's coming up into a short zone here. All sectors green except for real estate. So there's quite a bit of extra liquidity sloshing around today. NVIDIA is trying to push higher here. All right, guys, I'm going to take a small stab on the short side of Tesla here. 203.4. 203.4. 203.4. I'm short Tesla. Starter position. I'm going to add to it every 50 cents. So next add level is 203.9. And 204.4 if need be. It is trying to push it a little bit higher. Russell and Qs are starting to see some downward pressure though. Alright, Tesla's still moving here. About to add a 203.90, 204.40, and then 204.90. Alright, NVIDIA big sell candle. Big sell candle on NVIDIA. Lockheed Martin making a nice move. Some green on some of these short interest names like Siri, Carvana Plug Power, Lucid, Hollow PLCE. Alright, so we're green on Tesla. We're still just waiting for it to come in. I'm seeing Amazon weakening quite substantially. So Amazon is weakening. QQQ is starting to come down firmly here. In terms of my target on Tesla, looking at a move back to about 202. Apple moving nicely, Microsoft being faded, Meta being slightly faded, AMD, SMCI are weak. So Tesla's a bright spot, Google still strong, Amazon slightly green. Some positive price action creeping into some of these. Guys, I just added to my Tesla short there at 204.01. 204.01. Next add level is going to be around 204.50. 204.50 would be my third entry. And we just tagged it right there. Final entry is going to be around 205 or Pierce on Tesla. QQQ starting to weaken here, testing that prior day low area. So QQQ is looking a little bit weak. My average on Tesla is at 203.99. Still have one more add level. NVIDIA selling off very hard. Apple pumping. Nike getting slapped right back down. Solar stocks under a bit of pressure. Oil still moving well. XOM moving well. Again, my final add on Tesla's around 205. Pierce of 205 gets me extremely interested. Microsoft being defended here at the lows. We're starting to see the markets push up a little bit more in the face of things. Still have weakness in NVDA under its prior day low, but strength in Apple, strength in Tesla. Apple's up 1.2, NVIDIA's down 1.7. Some weakness in the semiconductors. You do have the SOXS green again. Alright guys, I just added to my Tesla short again, 205.02. That is my final entry. My average is sitting at 204.58. Tesla's absolutely ripping. It's up 3.75% right now. Quite an extraordinary move up. Seeing Amazon trying to get defended here. Let's look at some of our market movers on the session. Biggest market mover, Vistra, VST ticker. Utility stock, Constellation Energy, CEG. Tesla obviously moving, Boeing moving, Moderna moving. Does look like the Qs potentially want to get faded here. Dixie though softening a touch here. The Dixie is softening a touch. Seeing NVIDIA coming lower. Tesla we're now green. Sorry, I should be updating this. Again, we're now in the money on Tesla. Just slightly. Come on, Tesla. Give us some little bit of a fade here. The IWM and Qs are breaking down really, really hard right now. QQQ is going for that prior day low. You lose prior day low, guys, and things could get nasty in this market. Things could get nasty. Goldman Sachs again at 460 for Tesla. Jeez. Daily chart, obviously Tesla has broken out. You do have this little bit of a gap fill pivot that's coming up. Which maybe it wants to push for that. Does look like it is trying. S&P is trying to get bought right back up. If we pushed up to a 207.69 gap, I would double my position. It's kind of going against risk parameters on Tesla, but if we pushed up there into an extreme situation, I would double my short on Tesla. I'm seeing the Russell trying to break down. VIX is trying to catch a bid. RWM trying to catch a little bit of a bid. Valero XOM still absolutely ripping here. NVDA is still struggling under its prior day low, trading at 121.30, almost down 2%. The question is, can the market survive if sellers are in NVIDIA? Bitcoin's now starting to come down. Looking at some of these market movers, guys. Some of your top decliners: CCL, O'Reilly, AutoZone, AMD, SMCI, First Solar, Norwegian, Uber, NVIDIA. Tough list. NVIDIA going lower, making new lows on the session. Apple still pushing. Google still remaining firm. Does look like Google's a bit of a short setup here. It's also trying to break down. Meta's weakening. QQQ still going back down to the lows. BTC coming back down. Tesla's still pushing higher. Quite extraordinary move in Tesla. All right, let's see what else is going on. Nat gas down about 1.12, but it is bouncing off of the lows here. DTS, NNE, Humasite pushing up tremendously. Tesla's just absolutely surging here. The Russell again being sold into. The Russell's now rolled over to the negative side along with the Qs. So the last thing you have standing is the S&P. S&P slightly green at the moment, but you have had the Russell and the Qs go negative. Yields have also faded here in the face of this market decline. Oil's still trying to push higher here. Tesla's still trying to push higher. Bitcoin looking a little bit heavier now. MSTR, Coinbase on watch. ARM is getting hit pretty firmly here, down 5.5%. Financials still green. Copper stocks at least doing okay in the near term. All right, guys, I'm going to have to double down my Tesla position here at this 207.69 gap. I am getting my ass handed to me, but I'm going to double it down. This is a huge extreme move. I'm going to take my position up to 400 shares short. QQQ breaking down. Big decline in the Qs and the S&P. Take a look at the QQQ now. Qs are getting bludgeoned here. Again, they are negative. Chart is looking very vulnerable here. Next sell-off probably around 475.60, especially if we can't hang on to this prior day low. The volume on Tesla is immense in this region. But QQQ, a nice sizable breakdown. Energy still staying strong. Crude oil is just absolutely ripping, guys. Crude oil is just a monster right now. Wow. Look at crude oil go. Tesla's still firm. Chris is saying Huma, Momo, Trader 586 long on SQQ. Yeah, I've been looking at this Huma as well. It's interesting, that's for sure. It's very extended with the market, but the daily chart still has some room to run. Looks like you're going to try to test that $7 gap fill. Don't think it'll be today, but stranger things have happened. Tesla's finally starting to see some reversal in price here. Good to see. Let's see if we can get our position back in the green. Again, my average is sitting at 204.58. We're seeing the Qs looking fairly heavy here. Fairly heavy on the QQQ. That's quite extraordinary. Bitcoin as well looking very heavy. Still keeping Tesla elevated. XOM still pushing. Bitcoin's now rolled over to the negative side. NVIDIA's under pre-market low, getting absolutely demolished. Meta getting demolished. Google getting demolished. Microsoft's trying to test that prior day low. Wow. The only bright spot really now is Tesla. But just got absolutely bludgeoned, the Qs. Absolutely bludgeoned. Look at that sell, guys. Just be careful. Just be careful. XLK is significantly underperforming. I still think we're going to be due for a broad market sell-off where we have the Qs, the Russell, and the S&P all negative on a session. I could see honestly every sector rolling over today except for energy. And that means we have quite a bit of downside that could ensue in this market. Especially if the weakness starts in tech and ends in everything else. That's a recipe for a big sell-off to occur. NVIDIA just no love, down 3.77%. Beautiful. Now in the money on our short trade on NVIDIA, in the money on our SOXS. We're in the money on our XOM. We're in the money on our Valero. Freeport McMoran's trying to firm up. Mobilize coming in a little bit here. Solar stocks got absolutely crushed. QQQ's coming into its first area of support here. There is a bit of support that's going to be sitting at roughly 475.60. And then honestly, there's that big gap fill on the Qs around 473.88, which is looking likely at this point that we could try to come back down and fill. QQQ is trying to find some buyers here as well as Tesla. Tesla's trying to firm up. Oil's spiking much higher here. You have had retail roll over to the negative side, Dow Jones transport roll over to the negative side, communications, technology, and real estate all negative. Still, your strongest sector is actually healthcare and energy. So XLV and XLE are still managing to hold on to some positive price structure. QQQ trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. Google's losing its prior day low. That's not a good sign. Tesla's getting gobbled right back up. Crude oil still phenomenally strong. Phenomenally strong. Nice job, Ram. I got stopped out on my BITX, but I would start just protecting that. Does look like Bitcoin's going to be a little bit vulnerable here. I still think that the Dixies wants to push back above 106, just finding a little bit of sellers in the near term. Russell's catching another little bid here. DTSS up 42% on 1.4 million shares. Humaside up 20% on 2.6 million shares. NVDA down 3.2 on 53.8 million. Tesla's up 4.2 on 21 million shares. Chewy only up 1%. Neo, Rivian, Nike, Mara seeing some positive price. GME down about 7. CCL down about 4.49. AMD getting clobbered, down about 4.7. Apple up about 1. Amazon up about 0.37. Palantir seeing some volume. CLSK seeing some volume today. Sava Sciences seeing some volume to the downside off of that fraud case. Nike's making a nice little push here. So Nike is trying to firm up. Oil taking a bit of a breather here. A bit of a breather on oil. Tesla's still trying to push up here. Stocks they sold too early at 23.25 is holding for a very big chunk after averaging it out from 29. You know what? That's okay. You can always reassess. For all we know, the indices can chop for the next week. Try to bounce here, but my upside target on stocks is, just give me 1 second here. I mean, this is an important area. We break out this little flag pattern that the stocks is holding, and it could push us up quite nicely to about 27.70, 28 bucks. So stocks is at a key area right now. It is trying to break out of a, you could argue, an inverse head and shoulders. A bull flag is clear as day. All right, we're still seeing the QQQ trying to bounce here. S&P stabilizing. Russell's still looking fairly weak. To be honest, the IWM's looking like it may want to go lower here. It's under its pre-market low of 202.94. Typically, all bearish price action happens under pre-market low. So just be careful with the Russell 2000 and small caps. Again, I'm still remaining short Tesla. I would double down at 207.69. All right, we've seen Amazon make an extraordinary bounce. NVIDIA's made a nice bounce, recapturing pre-market low. Tesla's still grinding higher. Apple's still pushing for that pre-market high. QQQ's recapturing its prior day low here, or battling it as we speak. So this is a big area for the Qs. Any sort of rejection here, this is technically a short zone on the QQQ. Any rejection here, it's an aggressive short because we have had a nice sell-off, a pretty sharp one. The next shortable area on the Qs is going to be this downsloping trend line if we want to push into that area. You can see that tests us right back to about 480. But this prior day low is going to be a big area. It's a big spot for the QQQ. And then simultaneously what we want to watch for, are we setting up for a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders where we get a tap of this area, a pull back to prior day low? Do we create a right shoulder here to break us out? All right, Tesla absolutely flying, guys. I just doubled down my short 208.40, 208.40. I doubled down on my short 208.4. My average is now sitting up here at 206.70. Quite an extraordinary move. And it's still pushing. So nice continuation move coming into the Qs. Tesla's still the strongest mega cap stock. It's now up over 5.4%. So clearly seeing a broad rotation come out of the semis into Tesla. Tesla's weekly EMA 113 is sitting at 209.46. You have some pretty strong resistance at 209.46 on the weekly chart. It's a bit of a potential swing short, but this move has been extraordinary price action in Tesla. The breakout continuation. Today's setting up a confirmation day for Tesla, finally trying to confirm that breakout on the daily. It's had a few attempts that continue to grind higher. You did get that weekly chart breakout last week, and this is on watch for a confirmed weekly breakout. The question is, will it do it? Or is this going to be a reversal day? Time will tell. Alright, so Microsoft hanging on to its prior day low. Same thing with Google. Meta's under its prior day low. That's looking very bearish. NVDA under its prior day low. That's bearish. Amazon's maintaining some positive price here. I think it's just catching sympathy because of the strength in Tesla and XLY. Couple new trades there. Chris is saying took Huma at 5.75, 5K shares. So long Humasite. ARM is down 5.27. Meta's down 1.32. Seems that all the liquidity that's coming out of these other mega caps are flowing right into Tesla. Max and Solar going lower. Oil taking a bit of a breather. Nat gas is trying to come a bit lower here. IWM starting to go lower. Apple's still resilient. Tesla, Apple, NVDA, Amazon, still all trying to press. Meta's lagging big time in a really, really big way. Dixie's trying to get bought back up. Yields briefly softened there, now seeing some more strength coming back in. Tesla back to the highs of the session. Apple still trading near the highs of the session. All right, QQQ, big breakdown here. This does not look like a right shoulder. It would need to be saved somewhere about now, but QQQ really coming in hard. The sell side pressure is coming from Amazon, Meta. Apple saw a little bit there. Tesla's still a monster right now. AMD still being hit pretty hard. ARM is being hit even harder, down 6.6. Meta's struggling. That's down 1.8. You're getting a spike in volatility here. The UVXY spiking. Russell 2000 is now down by 0.66%. Still no decline in Tesla. Tesla's just sucking out all of this declining liquidity in the semiconductors and hanging on to all of its gains and pressing. Again, weekly resistance now on the weekly chart is your EMA 113 at 209.47. There's a huge weekly chart resistance there. But for the time being, the markets are still supporting Tesla and money is flowing into it. MSOC's moving up nicely. Yeah, you're still seeing Aurora up 1%, Canopy's flat, and that's not too bad considering the markets are actually negative. And it does look like these Qs are going to go lower. You have a nice technical bull flag on the SOXS chart. Amazon, NVDA breaking. Russell, new low of day. It's tagging its prior day low. So notice that QQQ tried getting above its prior day low. Now it's getting rejected. And this is the problem because the Qs now could be running into this head and shoulders. We're coming down to this large head and shoulders potential pattern. So we want to watch it closely. QQQ did make a new low of day. That supports us even going lower, guys. That supports us even going lower. VIX is just absolutely moving here. UVXY is moving. I'm going to have to step away probably around 10:30, 10:45. I'll stay with you guys a little bit longer. Still holding on to my Tesla short at 206.7. 206.7. QQQ seeing a little bit of buying. Here comes the decline finally in Tesla. Qs are somewhat stabilizing here, but still look like they want to go lower. My measured move down today on the Qs is honestly 470.26 is my downside target today on the QQQ. There's going to be some bounces along the way. You have a lot of support at 475.40. You have a lot of support around the 473.80. The Dixie's surging here, guys. The Dixie is surging. Getting a nice green shoot over the last 20 minutes, specifically the last 10 minutes. So in terms of your data, you do have the Atlanta Fed GDP at 12. And then you have a 3-month and 6-month bill auction at 11:30. That's pretty much it for today. That shapes up your data. Tomorrow we do have Fed Chair Powell speaking at 9:30. So that can always be market moving. You thought Chewy would have actually gone today with the Roaring Kitty news? Yeah, but if you look at that high volume reversal candle that it was inside of, that long wick, that was on the Thursday, June 27th. That was kind of your telltale sign that just be careful with that ticker. But yeah, anyone who shorted that is just absolutely printing. A $5 decline. Chewy was up on the session. It's about a 14% spread reversal there on Chewy. Quite extraordinary. All right, Russell's putting in a bit of a bear flag. QQQ trying to stabilize here. You have a new little low pivot here. So what type of pattern are we building? Lower low, lower low, lower low. Lower high, lower high. Back at that prior day low on the QQQ. Your S&P is trying to turn the corner green again. Strength coming back into Microsoft, Apple going for a new high of day. So that's where the strength lies in this rally is Apple. NVDA firming up off of the lows, being defended at pre-market low. Oil is declining pretty sharply right now, guys. So oil is getting a nice sell candle. That's only up now 0.27%. Gold just rolled over slightly negative. Big wick on the QQQ 10-minute chart. Tesla new high, going for that weekly chart resistance now. All right, Tesla tapped that weekly chart resistance. Let's see what happens here. Tesla's still in a very strong uptrend, putting in higher highs. A little bit of a divergence forming now intraday on Tesla. It is certainly extended, but it's outperforming the market. It's outperforming the market. Apple continuing to push. A little bit more red starting to creep into the sectors. Industrials negative, along with XLE rolling over, materials rolling over, regional banks rolling over. So really big push in Apple. Same thing with Tesla. Continuing to push, now up 5.85% and ripping. Hitting that weekly resistance. Bit of a short squeeze for sure that's unfolding here. Amazon turning the corner and trying to break out above its pre-market high. Meta's being defended at pre-market low. Still have NVDA weak on the session, down 1.63. Microsoft up 0.91. Microsoft's coming up into a short zone here around 451.50-ish, 451.60-ish. Bit of a short zone. QQQ. Let's see how we react. We still haven't had really any sort of a, looking at the 5-minute chart here, there's really been no confirmed 5-minute closes above this prior day high. So you can see we peaked a boo over here, consolidated, rejected. Now we're back above. This is an important 5-minute close here. Let's see if we get a higher close than this green candle bar. And we did. So that's a positive close there initially. That's a short-term positive close for the Qs. Still need to see the 10-minute chart now. Names like Tesla seeing some selling though. The Russell's trying to be defended at prior day low. Energy stocks are selling off sharply here. All right, guys, nat gas is looking interesting. It's back testing that daily 200. So I've got nat gas on watch here for a long setup. I'm going to go long boil momentarily. All right, guys, 1/4 position. We're going long boil. I'll let you know when I'm filled. I'm looking at 1470 or lower on boil. You'd like to go long Disney if it keeps above 98. The big mouse. Let's see what the mouse is doing. Yeah, Disney's right now under its prior day low. I have a level on Disney around 95.70-ish. 95.70-ish. Maybe 97. Have to see how it gets into there. Alright, so 10-year yield still floating higher. It's up 1.48%, almost a 1.1% difference between the 10-year and the 2-year. So that yield curve inversion still trying to uninvert in a pretty big way. Let's see what else we got going on here. Tesla's still trying to make another new high. Meta's still struggling. SOXS is trying to break out of its inverse head and shoulders on the daily or a daily chart bull flag. Still seeing Tesla grinding higher and higher. Still putting in higher highs, higher lows. Very extended, but the QQQ is trying to firm up here. S&P and Qs have turned back to the green side. You still have the Russell lagging. It's down 0.7%. filled GovX at 3.45, 5K shares. I'll stay with you guys for another 10-15 minutes or so, and then I'm going to take a bit of a break. Let's take a look at GovX. Yeah, I mean, it's at an interesting area, GovX, for sure. If it holds on to this EMA, I think you can push higher. But if you start losing that, then you're probably going to want to try to fill this gap at around 318-ish. So just keep a tight stop on that name if you're long. QQQ still trying to firm up here. Back testing that EMA on the 1-minute chart. The Russell's trying to firm up a little bit. Apple's finally taking a breather. This might be where the QQQ starts their next down leg, so just be cautious here. Again, I think if you lose this prior day low again for really the third time, this market might be in for a bigger decline down to 475.26. QQQ is still in a bit of a downtrend on the session, although it is trying to firm up here off of the lows. Again, the aspect that's helping the market is the fact that oil's weakened quite substantially. I'm still watching nat gas boil for an entry. The Dixie's quietly trying to push higher. Gold is now turned negative. Tesla above 210. Apple's up 2%, trading at 214.80. The Dixie looks like it's trying to go positive, back to the positive side. Does look like it's now into its gap window. So the Dixie's into its gap window. It looks like it's probably going to try pushing for some positive price action, which should in theory put some pressure on the major indices. Again, the Russell severely lagging here is not going to help risk in the market. So the stock that's carrying the market today is Tesla. Tesla is no doubt causing a lot of bullish sentiment in the market. Clear capital rotating out of semis into Tesla. USD yen almost at 162. I think this is where what is driving market with yields. Yeah, it could be potentially. The question is, are we going to get some BOJ intervention? That's the question. All right, guys, Boyle is into target. I just went long BOIL 1465. 1465. I'm long BOIL, nat gas, long play, long 1465. I'll look to add every 30 cents or so. Nat gas is falling sharply. So I'm long Boyle 1465. 1/4 position. Self-Res is saying Tesla's just a monster. I think it's going to 213. That's a pretty big move, 213. I mean, it could happen for sure. Especially if the markets try to firm up. Could happen. Alright guys, my target on Boyle is around a, just give me 1 second here. It's about a 15 to 20 cent bounce on Boyle. That's what I'm looking at. QQQ trying to break out here of this downsloping trend line. It's an important area. I don't really like this as an inverse head and shoulders, but again, it's trying to be defended. They are trying to defend it there. So again, despite the Qs and S&P firming up here, I mean, we're still negative across the board on all indices. And you do have a lot of red on the screen in terms of sector performance. The only sectors that are green are healthcare and XLY, but they're slightly negative. So we could start to see this broad market rotation that I've been discussing creep in. So just be careful here as a lot more red is starting to appear on the screen in terms of sectors. You know, there's a couple individual stocks that are strong: Apple, Microsoft, Tesla, Broadcom. But semis are naturally weak today on the session, which can be a problem. Semis weak can be a problem for this market. And again, if the QQQ loses that prior day low, that 473.88 target is on tap. Boyle's trying to get a little bit of a bounce here. And so every 30 cents or so, we'll look to accumulate more Boyle. And that's a nat gas play. So natural gas obviously is now back testing the daily 200. It's been a beautiful, beautiful sell side day on nat gas. Take a look at that. Nice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 daily red candles right into your daily 200. Oops, let me put on the right chart here. And you know what I like about this nat gas trade is that you actually had nat gas try to bounce just before the daily 200, tried breaking out, a little bit of a failure. Now you're making a new low, trying to form a little bit of a divergence, still extremely oversold. Just a day trade though. Alright, Tesla's potentially putting in a 10-minute topping tail. That would be a good start. That would be a really good start. QQQ losing that prior day low, so this is where things could get nasty, guys. Again, still a lot of weakness in this market. Still a lot of weakness in this market. The VIX again trying to spike a little bit. That's still down 1.66% UVXY. Tesla's now seeing a little bit of a reversal. 10-minute topping tail on Tesla is in effect. Now the big question is, do we lose this little wedge pattern? Pivot to pivot to pivot. Tesla still seeing a little bit more weakening. No bounce yet in nat gas. VIX again spiking, so just be careful. There's even a potential hourly topping tail on Tesla forming. QQQ back under that prior day low, but trying to form almost what looks to be an inverse head and shoulders. It's a sloppy one, but there's a case. There's a case. I wouldn't count it. I mean, I still favor lower price action since we're below that prior day low, but just be mindful that there is a potential short-term small pop that could occur if we were to break out of the neckline here. You can see that puts us back to about 482.80, but we haven't had an official break yet, or breakout. The only thing I don't like about this neckline is that technically you should have to use this left shoulder here, but then that gives you a neckline that's kind of been invalidated already. If you were to use a flat neckline, pattern failed, you can't have an upsloping. So it's a very peculiar pattern here. It's a very peculiar. Don't really like it. I don't really like it. Alright, nat gas is trying to firm up. Our boil's taking a little bit of an uptick here. So nat gas is seeing a little bit of buying pressure. Again, my target on boil is anything above 1480. 1480 or above is my target price. Nike still trying to move lower. Copper stocks getting faded. WBA coming down. Macy's a little weak today. Sava's quietly sneaking up and moving up. Solar stocks getting hit a little bit. NVDA looks like it's trying to weaken just a touch more. GameStop is now down 9.3%. The S&P down 0.15, QQQ down 0.1, Russell down 0.8. Alright guys, I'm just going to manage Tesla and Boyle. I'll add to Boyle every 30 cents. 14.35, 14.05, and 13.75 are the next add levels. Still looking for Tesla to come back down to test about 205-ish today. I think the Qs will break down, but watch that prior day low. I am going to take a bit of a breather off of the mic here, but if anything drastic happens, I'll jump back on. Yeah, I'm in a Tesla short, but I'm getting my ass handed to me. 206.70 average, 206.70, and I'm in a natural gas long via Boyle. Just started my Boyle position. Next add is 14.35, 14.05, and 13.75.
Need my voice back, man. My voice is gone. Ugh. Coin flip? Let's run it. Oh, here come the futures boys.
What up? What up?
What up, what
What
up?
up? Good morning.
Yo. Good morning, dude. So
Good
Jordan,
morning. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I
Tesla.
missed the I yes Tesla, but
Yes.
I missed the short on SPY for that huge knife, right? And I have a level down at 542.61. And the second it hit that, I longed ES and caught the full reversal in that next 5 minute candle for 14 points to the upside, $700 a contract gain.
Oh, let's go, baby.
Dude, it was
Animal.
fucking insane. Let me put the chart at the
Yes,
top.
sir. Good shit.
I got smoked this morning on Meta, but that made me come back. And then just
All right, I'm on like the
Apple
remainder
too.
of SPX here, break even.
I'm in Apple calls.
Sounds like a good morning for you, huh?
Yeah, the first trade out of the gate was red. And I don't like starting the day off red, but that's not gonna just fuck up my trading overall. So I'm glad I stayed with it. So we're green. We're green.
Good stuff. I took some shop calls. It's holding the 63 area. Daily 21. I don't know. I'd like to see a reclaim of that 21 today. If we don't get it, I don't know that I'll hold these. But I took 5 cons. Nothing crazy. Just kind of easing back into things, you know.
Yeah. Tesla was so beautiful.
Yeah, Tesla was beautiful, man. Fuck.
When it was ripping this morning and I saw it go to 207 and then it broke 207 and then at 10:20 there's a hammer candle where it flipped it to support after breaking through it. I was like, that's a clear sign right now. It's going to go hit 210 right afterwards. And then lo and behold, it just ran.
Let her cook.
Good morning, guys.
Yeah, Tesla's going to go to 220 next.
Yo, Jordan, Nuts, you guys do anything about a competition portfolio this morning?
What's up, Sniper?
You do anything about that $2,000 competition portfolio this morning?
I gotta fucking figure mine out. I just got back from vacation, so I've been lacking on it, to be honest.
I was just about to ask, how was that, dude?
Oh, amazing. I had such a fantastic time, bro. Just got away, you know. Roasted in the sun in 112-degree weather the whole time. But yeah, it was a great time. Happy to be back, though. We need to get back to money making.
You're in Arizona.
Yeah,
Arizona,
right on the border. Like half of the lake is in California, half of it is in Arizona.
Any water sports?
Oh yeah, we were wakeboarding the whole time, tubing. We bought these electric foil boards as well. That was the first time I've ever ridden a foil board. A lot of fun. Actually, not that hard either. Once you kind of get the hang of it, it's pretty easy. But
I'm trying SPX 5475 calls here again.
that
10-minute CVC. Looking for previous day low to hold.
overall, great time though. Sniper, it was one for the books for sure.
God damn.
I lost my voice. Like my voice is pretty much gone. I barely fucking talk.
Man, I'm sure you saw a bunch of tags on the week, but everybody just sat around and watched SPY. Not too much
I know.
really
SPY
happened.
really didn't do too much, but I know you guys were making good money, so stoked for you. At least most of the people on Spaces I saw banking it, but yeah, I mean a tough week last week. SPY basically closed at Monday. What, Monday open? Didn't really do much all week, so uneventful. And then I don't know how eventful this week will be with the short days and that we got, so we'll see.
The volume is there today. The volume.
I know the volume is kind of there. I was surprised. Like it's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad at all. We're at 12.5 mil on SPY.
We had 11 mil at 10:30.
Yeah.
Well, we had 10.8 mil at 10:30. Let me be more specific. But like, that's better than what I've seen for the better part of the month.
Lately, yeah. China delivery numbers come out in the morning for Tesla. Got you up. That'll be interesting.
What was the name of that lake you said?
Wait, what's up?
What was the name of that lake again?
Lake
Titicaca.
Havasu. Lake Havasu.
Dude, I think I gotta add that to my list. You shared some pretty cool media.
Oh, dude, that is that is the best lake I've ever gone to, for sure. You want to party, have a good time. You want to friggin' wakeboard and do all the fun stuff. I mean, that's a great lake. Lake Powell is also one of my favorites.
You been to
But
Tahoe?
I have been to Tahoe, but not like on the lake. I haven't really been on the lake of Tahoe, but I have been to Tahoe a few times.
I got that one coming up in a month. No idea
That's
what to do.
gonna be sick, bro. I think you're really gonna like it out there. The water's beautiful, especially like during the summer. Obviously, it's just amazing out there. I've never jumped in that lake though. I really want to go. Maybe
I've been in every ocean, I could say. I'm more into the salt waters, I'd say, than the lakes.
Me too. I definitely like ocean better, but
Yo, question, right? This is a huge argument I got into with somebody a couple weeks ago. I'd
what
like
do
the
we
whole
got?
panel to put something in here. But how many
Let's hear
oceans
it.
are there?
How many oceans are there?
Yeah, how many oceans are there?
Well, fuck. I mean, really, I want to say, because obviously there's different oceans. We know that. But, like, really, I mean, there's one ocean, you know. It's the
yeah,
ocean.
it's one big body of water.
Same way as, like everywhere is technically an island, you know.
You're totally right. Casey, Eva, Maple, give me some input on this. How many oceans are there?
How many actual oceans are there? I'm curious.
I think it comes down to the verbiage that you use. So there
are 5.
You can say oceans, and you can say like the seas, right? Because people say there's the 7 seas.
A sea is not an ocean, though.
Correct.
Yeah, correct.
So on how he worded the question.
The whole philosophical part of it, which you're totally right. But
Pacific, Atlantic, Arctic,
Indian
Ocean.
Okay, yeah. So now I realize that it depends when you graduated high school from, but they're teaching kids now that there's 5, and there's a 5th one called the Southern Ocean. I've never been there, but I've been in all 4 of the other ones. So I like to say I've been in every ocean.
That's not true. Fuck those people. There's what?
$100 per contract gain SPX calls. I sold half.
Crazy, right?
That's what they're teaching now. That's what they're teaching now in school.
Southern Ocean is like it borders Antarctica. That's basically it.
No, no. You have Pacific, Atlantic, Indian, and Arctic.
I'm with you. 4. There are only 4. Fuck 5.
You have Southern Ocean too. It's technically part of the Antarctic, though.
Wait, 7?
If you want to get very scientific.
I'm blown. What?
Look on the map.
See, I'm more of a basic bitch. I just keep it simple.
I'm a basic bitch. It's okay.
I don't want to overcomplicate things.
This is an example of like it depends also when you graduated high school, but if you ask how many planets there are, some will include Pluto and some won't, and it totally depends when you graduated high school.
No, there's more.
I agree with this guy in my chat. He's like, I solely believe they just do that to see how many people will just go with it. Fucking.
I don't know. I'm not looking forward to when my kids come home and ask me to help them with their homework because I'm not going to know shit.
What's next? They just changed the history book completely, or what? Oh, man. Education system is very interesting. Bounce it, shop. That's what I like to see. Baby girl. There we go. Am I green? I might be break even here. I am down 15% on 5 contracts. It's like $200 hala. I mean, which planet is the smallest, Pluto or Mercury? Is Pluto a planet?
Morning, guys.
Morning, Frank. How we doing, baby? Good to see you.
Yo, what's up?
Good. Yeah, it was a kind of a crazy morning. I got myself straightened out a little bit. I'm long at 19,870. So it's 66 points right now. I have a steady position of I'm not long a lot, but the market's been too nutty. So I'm looking for another 30 points higher.
Yeah, a little bit
Good
choppy
pop on
today.
Tesla.
You think?
Yeah, they're
A little
cooking.
bit? Oof.
NVIDIA some
Amazon.
volume here.
New high of. I missed NVIDIA. The calls.
Yeah.
My buy spot on NVIDIA is 118. It hit 118.83. I was like, okay, give me the other 83 cents, and I'll get the 122 calls. They're at like $1.75. Yeah, now they're $3.
AMD and Meta looking in tandem here.
I just threw a bullish
I
prediction
want revenge
SPY.
on Meta, but I'm not gonna
Nice
do
hold of 900 here on NQ. We are testing a resistance here at 950. Above 950, I would target 70s to 80s here, which has confluence with the London orb low.
My investing competition portfolio was up $22.
Netflix bouncing. Come on, shop. I want more. Give me a big reversal from these lows. Reclaim that daily 21. Crickets. Shark.
Okay, it's a bit wild out there today. It's like a Bronco.
I know, right? Been crazy.
Yeah, it has been wild. I've literally had one trade, and luckily, keyword luckily, it's been the bottom of the day.
Yeah.
The first bottom of the day, I should say.
Yeah.
Not the second one. Not the true bottom.
NQ, CBC trying to flip into the EMAs, or not NQ, but ES. We are holding previous day low, and I wonder if price can come back and retest the or below demand 544.5.
Yeesh.
Yeah, it's got to get up. It's got close to that orb and rejected.
Gotta get back over
Yeah, it's got to get back over it. Or to it, at least.
44.15. 544.15.
Emperador!
Buenos
My man.
dias.
What's up, What's up, Jordy?
What's up, brother?
And everyone else.
Yo, what's up, man?
What's up, Maple?
What's up, Amp?
Hello, friends. Hello, hello.
Back
The
in
whole
action,
gang is
baby.
back.
It's
heat up right now. Heat up.
whippy day, huh? Mixed bag.
Yup.
Let's go to the 80s.
KC, our buddy full ported QQQ calls.
Oh, did he now?
Yeah, the greatest day trader of all time.
Yeah, fuck that kid.
I feel so bad for everybody
Believe
in his comments.
Microsoft.
You know, all these new people like looking at this and being like, "Damn, this guy knows what he's doing." Like, I feel bad for all these people, just bagging people.
I know.
Honestly, he's not even bagging people. He's just filling their head with nonsense.
I show Emp as a listener. Emp, can you hear me?
Emp, can you hear Frank?
Yes, sir.
Frank, you're a listener on my eyes too.
It does
Yeah.
that for like the speakers, but like as the host, I don't know. You can always see who's actually what. It's so weird though. It glitches like that.
Frank, Emp, Stock Sniper, and Eva are all listeners on my end, but I
Fake
can hear them.
news. Fake news.
Fake
Been doing that
news.
for like a week or two.
I know. Someone needs to get Elon on this space and call him out and tell him to fix this shit.
It would be hilarious if you just came on and be like, "Have you guys seen Tesla?"
I mean,
Our listeners would go from like 800 to like 8,000.
Elon, if you do not jump on this spaces right now and fix this shit, all these people on here, we're gonna short the shit out of Tesla.
You know, you remember we were talking? Were you there, Casey, when we were talking on the other space? There's 10 people on the entire Spaces team. Isn't that kind of shocking?
Oh yeah, I heard Wolf talking about that. I joined that space for a little bit.
Yeah.
Was listening. The head guy over there. Yeah, they don't care about it. There's not much revenue from spaces.
That changes my whole perspective, man. Like, I mean, before I'm like, damn, fix your shit, and now I'm like, oh, I feel bad for these guys. Like, there's only 10 of them.
Until they can get some kind of a advertisements or ad revenue out of spaces, I don't think they'll put much into it.
Yeah, but I imagine a lot of users go on Twitter to listen to Spaces. You know what I mean? Like, and that definitely brings people onto the platform. If you scroll all the way down to the bottom of the thing, I believe it says 130 other listeners. That means that there's 130 people listening to this right now that are not signed into a Twitter account.
Does anyone trade C or ticker SE?
SE? I've never traded it.
I've never heard of it.
I know. I
It's down
feel like I've heard Knott's trade
5%
that
this
before.
morning.
C Limited.
Yeah, Knott's, and I know Mikey will trade it.
I
A
used
lot
to,
as well,
yeah. It's down what?
It's down 5%. It knifed right before the open today. It was at like $71, and it went down to like, it's at 67.8 right now. It's looking bear flaggy, but yeah, it's down 5%. It took a dump right before the open. Now there's a nasty gap in candle on the daily.
Big old dumpy.
So I'm going to have PeakBot execute a put credit spread down here. We'll see if it holds like 66.
Yeah, I'm in some spreads myself. I got it ready at least for a bunch of things.
I think I did 14 again this week.
I think I got like 10 just about.
For PeakBot for the wheel.
Casey, is PeakBot like a guy like running that whole service?
It's a little
No,
team.
Yeah.
So like I was getting.
It's a small team of guys that run the automated trading platform.
I see. You know, I feel bad now. It's like I was getting messages from them for like, I don't know, the better part of 2 years, and like I never answered it because I just honestly the way they were wording the messages, I assumed it was a robot. You know, but like now that I see you're working with them, I'm like, damn, that was a real guy reaching out to me. I feel bad.
It's a great product, great team.
Oh, it's amazing.
Honestly, it's pretty shocking. I think they're going to be really big. Is basically the way to put it.
Same. I believe I'm having PeakBot execute put credit spreads on a lot of banks as well. So, I mean, banks were looking pretty healthy this morning. JPM had a nice pop. BAC did. It gave a little bit back. Morgan Stanley, I did that one last week. That's up 1% on just over 1% on the day. What else?
Took SPY calls a minute ago, but it moved too quick to really tell anybody about it. They're already up 16%.
NQ, they're trying to squeeze these sellers out of the 10-minute 20 EMA. I would use the 2-minute EMAs for guidance here. They're breaking and basing on 20. If I see these sellers cover over 20, we typically see 70 to 80 on NQ, which is about 30 to 40 points higher here. I'm up $140 per contract on the SPX calls, but I'll wait till we break VWAP to scale.
SPY calls are up 20% now. Not half of them. Chewy is super flat on the day.
Hey, since the market is a little slow today, I mean, it's been sideways volatile, I should say. Breaking into pre-market low here on SPY. I want to ask the speakers a question, right? What would you guys say is your biggest struggle right now, trading the market, whether it's swing trading, day trading, but what is your main, I would say, issue that you're dealing with currently right now? Because it doesn't matter. I've been trading for almost 7 years now, and I recognize myself as a very good trader, but there's still always room for improvement. No matter if it's, even speaking to Banana, right? He's 20, 25 years in. There's always room for improvement. Yep. So what would you say is your biggest issue with trading right now?
I would say for me, it's still 100% being able to hold runners longer. I more so usually am like a scalper. So I guess that's where that issue kind of comes into play. And then I would say a mistake that happens every once in a while, which is a stupid mistake. But again, you need to be, uh, I guess you could say, true to yourself. You need to follow your plan, 100% all the time. Sometimes, for example, on spreads, I let them run a little bit past my 200% stop, say 300%, and it kind of just puts me in a deeper hole. That's not what we want to do. I want to stay consistent with my strategy, and me not doing that obviously puts me an extra, let's say, 500,000 in the hole when I don't have to be, and I could come back and profit in 2 trades. Now I have to do it in like 3 to 4 trades. So stupid mistakes like that and being able to hold things longer is things that always push me a little bit farther back than things that I need to work on.
I love that. That was great.
So for me, my biggest issue that I have. Oh, somebody's short. I like it. My biggest issue that I've had with trading, it's always been an issue. I've been getting better at it because I have little tips and tricks. I believe Knots kind of does this kind of same thing. But my biggest issue I've always had with trading is sizing up. When you have a good strategy and it's working and your account is growing, and you can go from making 50 to $100 a day on a small account, and then you grow your account and now you're going to make $200 to $500, and then you're getting to the point to where you're sitting with a larger account and you're going to put a few $1,000s into the trade, it really starts to mess with my mind and my emotions when I start trying to size heavier and just scale my account and just keep on growing it. So that's always been the hardest thing for me. My strategy and everything stays the same, and I'll go from putting $1,000 into a trade and making 30% return, $300 real quick, and then my account is now larger 4 months later, and now I'm going to try and size up and do $2,000 per trade, and you see how it affects your mind and your emotions when you start to either go red on the trade or green on the trade. You want to cut it real quick because you're seeing that dollar amount that's a lot larger than what you're not used to, and you want to cut it because you're scared of holding it and not trusting your technical analysis. But then also at the same time, when it starts to work out in your favor, you see how the dollar amount is significantly larger because you sized heavier and you're going to take those profits quicker. And doing either one of those two things, it's really going to fuck up your entire trading strategy. So I think for me, the hardest thing that I still struggle with, I have a good baseline right now with where my account's at, but I know there's going to come a point where I'm going to size up again. I think that's always the hardest thing, and I think a lot of traders struggle with that, is when to size up on their account and their trades. And the tip I was talking about that I use, and I think Knots does the same thing with futures, is I don't look at my P&L when I'm in a trade for the dollar amount, because that messes with your emotions. If you enter into a trade based off your chart, if I just look at my chart and when it hits that target area that I'm looking for, then I open up my app and I see where I'm at, how much I'm up. I don't care if it's plus 15%. I don't care if it's plus 25%. This was my target. I'm going to take a scale here. I'm not going to actively watch the P&L and watch the money, because that's going to mess with your emotions. So that's been a little tip and a little trick that I've been doing.
Yeah, I love that. And, I'm all ears. I don't, I'm not looking to respond to any of these. I just, I'm really interested to see how, profitable and experienced traders, how they navigate through the market and what, hurdles they may experience. For myself, I'll be brief about this, but for me, I feel like it can be a bit of over trading. I'm in my life, I'm hugely, I hugely focus on efficiency, right? Like I don't like to waste anything, whether it be food or time or just anything. So Sometimes when I'm sitting there and maybe I'm mowing the lawn or I'm cleaning up around the house or whatever else it may be, I will throw on trades just because I feel like that's what's efficient. Or maybe if I take a loss and I'm kind of holding a bias or tunnel vision towards a certain sentiment, I'll continue to overtrade that sentiment at certain times. Now, this isn't always. These are, of course, um, you know, little hurdles that we all will experience throughout our trading career, but things that we should recognize and continuously recognize so that we're not compartmentalizing it and making matters worse. So for me, I would say over trading, and yeah, I would keep it short there.
Yeah, my biggest problem is not sleeping in.
Good one.
I'm messing around.
For real.
I'm messing around, but like, honestly, like, it's awesome that we're reflecting on ourselves. I haven't done that in a little while, and like, I'm 4 years into this full time, and I would say like, I'm really happy with how far I've came with everything. I think my problem nowadays is just not actually taking trades sometimes. Like, I'll just watch for a while and I only trade like 3 to 5 times a week. But, at the same time, I did a lot of research and looked at my history of my trades and a couple of other people's trades. And I found that the more trades you take in a day, that statistically, the more likely you are to lose. So I don't hate that, but I can't tell you how many times I'll see my setup and there will just be one little thing wrong with it. Like the 9 SMA isn't precisely where I want it to be, or the micro level is 3 cents off, or just a little thing, small minor detail that will modify my criteria, and I won't touch it. So like, part of me is like awesome because I'm keeping only A plus setups, but I can't tell you how many times the market does exactly what I think it's going to do, and I don't do anything to execute about it. And I'm only
Yeah, I
taking
feel
3 to
that.
5 trades a week. Yeah, exactly. You everybody gets what I'm saying there, But
Absolutely.
honestly, like, I'm pretty happy with where I've came, so far. Like, I can't wait to see where I'll be 4 years from now. But like, if I could go back in time, I could tell you so many different things I would have done different. But like, as of right now, I really
Oh,
like
me
what I
too,
do.
man. Yeah, I'm with you there. I mean, I'm pretty proud of myself over the past few months. I've definitely switched up my style a decent amount with doing a lot more swing trading. I would say lately, I've been probably struggling the most with, I guess, just this past month, coming off like that big month that I had in May. I've definitely let, like, even though I haven't been sized super heavy, I've definitely let some of the losses go a little too far. Which it hasn't hurt me too much, but I'm kind of letting some of them go a little too far. So I think hunkering down on those a little bit more, having some tighter stops will help me a little bit. And then I think just nailing my entries on these swings that I've been taking a little bit better could benefit me a lot more. But I don't know. I've been pretty happy with my trading the past few months here. This last month was pretty small for me. I really didn't do that great. It was more the previous month that was a banger for me. But yeah, definitely, I struggle with sizing up as well. I think Casey was talking about that. I think that's my biggest struggle is sizing up because I get frightened with it. And most people I feel like size up too much, and I feel like when I do size up, sometimes I'm not quite sizing up enough because I'm just frightened of it. You know what I mean? I get a little scared. So need to need to slowly do that and basically as slow as possible to where I don't feel any more emotions coming on. You know what I mean? Because if I'm taking trades and I'm super emotional, that means I'm too heavy, right? So I think finding that healthy balance for me right now, because I do want to kind of size up a little bit. I feel like I've been trading this sizing for a while now that I feel like I could definitely step it up, but it's hard for me to do. So I feel like that's definitely going to be one of my biggest struggles, at least right now.
So let me
But
ask
we've
you
been doing
guys a
all right.
question.
Yeah, what's up?
If you guys could give yourself some advice when you were just starting to trade, knowing what you know now, what would you tell yourself?
Time. If we're talking about options, if I was talking to myself in the beginning, I would that one thing would have helped me so much, would have saved me a ton of money. Buying time. That simple.
Are you talking about like farther expirations, or are you talking about
farther
being...
expiration, fucking no 0 days, not even no weeklies. Honestly, if I told myself that and I listened to myself, I would have done so much better and saved myself a ton of money, because the trades I was taking weren't bad. I mean, I was taking some solid trades. It's just like you were saying, you might get stopped out before it runs, and you can't really handle the drawdown until then because you're sized too heavy on weeklies. You know what I mean? I feel like if I were a newbie, if I could go back and tell myself one thing, it would be to buy time, for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, we have like
I 100% agree with Jordan. Oh, go ahead, Stock Sniper. Sorry.
I'm just gonna take a second, but like, I mean, I'm a big ODTE guy, and I feel like everyone knows that, and I feel like I get a lot of pushback for that, But like, you just have to
But
be
you're
very
also
precise.
experienced. You know how to trade them, right? Like,
Yeah.
most people that are new, I mean, let's be real. My first option I bought ever was a 0 day. That went nowhere. It went negative 99%, and many more after that, right? And I just feel like for new traders, if you indeed are going to do options and not going to dip into futures, buying time is that one thing that I feel like I could tell everybody like to do, and it would help them. I don't feel nothing really else comes to my mind that I could tell, a mass majority of people, and it would actually help them. But yeah, that's just me. But I know you like 0 DTEs. Look at Maple Stacks. Maple, you trade 0 DTEs all day. You guys do it really good.
Yeah, zero.
You know what I mean? And I'm not taking away from that, because 0 DTEs can be great if you know what you're doing, right? And you have that proper risk management. But for me, man, like even now with, a few years of experience now and everything, I still am not in the position where I'm trading 0 days. It's too stressful for me and too much. But shout out to you guys doing it, because I have a lot of respect for you. It's not easy.
I
Not very easy.
a recommendation for newer traders, and if I could go back in time and have a conversation with myself year one, I would say to adhere and stick to one trading style or system strategy, whatever perspective you're looking at. Within the market, there are a million different strategies and they all work, but they all will not work for you. It really is up to your own kind of tendencies and your own personality, right? The market is a very expensive place to figure out who you are. And many come into the market looking at, let's say breakout trading, range trading, EMA trading, VWAP, blah, blah, blah. I could go on and on and on. But what I find as a commonality as, an educator in the market is I have new students coming to me saying, "Hey, like I tried to trade EMAs, I had no luck with it, so then I jumped to the next strategy and the next strategy and the next one." And then they wonder why they never find any sense of progress or consistency because of that shiny object syndrome. So I would say, stick to one style of trading starting out. Don't jump around. If it fails, learn why it failed and understand how you can refrain from taking those types of trades again. um, and a trading style and system that I recommend would be, especially if you're starting off, would be naked trading. Having only your price action, your candles on the chart, and VWAP, and that's it. To have a true understanding of the market from a day trading perspective, but as a whole, you need to understand pivot points, and you will learn pivot points, market structure, right, through trading naked.
I agree with what Maple said. I think
He said naked.
trading naked is very important. I trade a lot better when I don't wear any clothes in the morning. I think it's a great strategy.
Saves money,
But
right?
You gotta
going
wind
off,
everything out there.
yeah. No, so combining something that we just talked about, and Jordan mentioned it, it was buying time. And then I told you what I had struggled with was sizing up with the account. How I kind of beat that resistance that I had was I used to trade 0 DTEs all the time. And then when my account started growing and I wanted to scale up on my trades, mentally and emotionally, I couldn't do it because I knew the risk and how volatile 0 DTEs are. And I couldn't feel comfortable putting $2,000 position into a 0 DTE trade where it can go minus 25, 30+% very, very quickly. And I'm going to be out $500 in a matter of seconds. So a way around that was I started buying a few days out, and it allowed me to stay into the trade a little bit longer, not be as volatile, and not emotionally as attached to that money with the trying to scale up on the account. So when I wanted to scale up on the account size a little bit heavier, I started buying more time on my options trade, and overall, it has helped me grow my account even more. So that was something that I did that helped me.
Yeah, if I could go back in time and give myself advice in the first year, it's just that I won't figure this out right away. I ate shit the first year I started trading. I was working a full-time job, I was working in a grocery store making bullshit money for a year. And I was pretty much putting my check into my trading account, blowing it every single week, doing the same thing for a year. Kind of felt like insanity. Then eventually things kind of started to started to click. I lost 16 grand my first year trading. Second year, I made that all back and some. But for everybody who's like newer, they call it market tuition, and I feel like that's something that I've seen people figure it out right away. I'm not going to say that it's impossible, but it's extremely rare. I would say just give it some time. You got to eat shit sometimes to do well in this market.
Yeah, and to touch on your note, right? Like you're saying that you lost 16 grand your first year, and you were working whatever jobs. I've been there. There is honor in work and pride in work, but I love this perspective, and it's think about all the money that you would lose if you didn't continue trading, if you just continue to give up and stayed at that job that paid not so very well, right? Throughout a lifetime. I look back, and if I were to sit there continually making $50,000 to $70,000 a year, and because I gave up on trading, I'm really losing much more. I would say 10 times more, if not even more than that, if I were to quit, right? So you guys just stay disciplined, stay focused, and make sure you don't let that passion die out for your trading journey.
I just got
Yeah,
another.
don't want to get too dark, but if I didn't get involved into trading, I probably would be dead and I would not be here. So trading really has saved my life, and it has saved my family as well. It was a really big pivot point in my life overall.
Yeah, I agree with that, Casey. Much love, bro.
Appreciate you, brother.
I just got another DM. Somebody's pretending to be me. I just want to let everyone know I don't have a paid service. I post all my trades for free on my Discord. I speak on Twitter Spaces every day live for free. I don't charge anybody for anything. If anybody's trying to charge you pretending to be me, it is not me. And I'm saying this not to dump on services.
Do not send people money to random crypto wallets, please. Jesus Christ.
Yes, precisely. That's exactly the situation.
That is the. Oh, it's so bad. So someone recently, I think it was a month or two ago, they got scammed from a fake KC Trades for like over 100 grand. I think it was 2 weeks ago. Had someone else got scammed out of $5,000. So what these scammers are going to do, most of them will go into Discord and they'll just copy our profiles, whatever it is. They'll go through their members and friends list, send them all messages. I have a buddy that I used to work with who's in my Discord. He gets about anywhere from 10 to 20 fake KC trade accounts adding him every week. My members kind of know who's fake and then my real account. And almost 9 times out of 10, what they do is they're going to offer you some kind of mirror trading or copy trading service. saying like, hey, how's the market going? And I know it's difficult, but I do offer this copy trading thing. They'll send you a link to some website.
It's
They'll have you
crazy.
deposit cash and convert it to Bitcoin and the whole 9 yards. As far as I know, nobody up here on the panel or that I'm associated with does anything like that. So be very, very careful.
No, yeah, it's crazy
No,
because
no,
it's
no.
literally it's literally the same message and it's probably the same person doing it for like 20 to 30 different people.
KC, what are you doing to
Oh,
combat that?
100%.
You can't do anything. I've actually
Yeah,
had
you
people,
really can't do much.
yeah, like I didn't even know there was actually like or some sort of thing called the internet police, whatever it is. I don't know what the fuck it is. I heard about it. Um that actually filing a police report, it doesn't matter. I've had two people file police reports and shit and other stuff, and they don't, yeah, doesn't do anything.
At the end of the day, I think the best we can do is just keep awareness on the spaces and on all of our accounts. You know what I mean? Trying to push people in the
Yeah,
right direction. But it doesn't matter. Some people are going to get caught in the crossfire of people trying to scam others. And it's just the
yeah.
way of the internet. I
See,
mean, it's always been that way. It's just, it's all over Twitter now and everything. It just sucks. It's the way it is.
Yeah.
There's
yeah,
disgusting people in this world.
I try my best to mitigate it by paying for features that scammers typically won't do. So, like
Exactly.
all of us
Yep.
up here, most of them have the blue check mark on Twitter, but on Discord, I have the Nitro Pass, and then I have enough, whatever high levels it is in boost for whatever my server and profile, to where my profile picture and my banner picture all have custom effects on it. So I bought like little cool glitter and fire effects, whatever, around my whole profile on there.
Well, now you just
So
told me to
I
get
haven't
it.
seen a scammer. Yeah.
Oh, you smart guy.
So, well, if they want to, if they want to go spend the money, I mean, go ahead. But and then also in my bio on Discord as well, I put in there, I'm not going to message you first and like offer copy trading. And the thing is, most of these people, what they're going to do is they're just going to change one letter or one number of my name. So it'll
Mm-hmm.
say Casey Trades 77 8, or they'll do Casey Trades, but they'll change the ES at the end of trades to AS. So it's like Tradas, Casey Tradas 77. Like they're going to do the smallest little thing that when you glance at it, you're not going to realize it. But
Yep.
yeah, just and I mean Discords. We do have moderators as well, and they'll kind of report and instantly kind of ban these people out of there. But these people, they're really good at fucking scamming people, and 9 times out of 10, again, like I said, they're going to offer some kind of copy trading service that is going to appeal to a lot of people, because it's basically saying, hey, put a bunch of money in this account, you're never going to have to touch it and worry about it because I'm a great trader, the best one in the world, and it's just going to make money for you. The second you do that, and then they do it crypto like a Bitcoin, it's very hard to then track, and it's the best way to scam people. And as far as I know, again, no one up here on the panel does anything like that of copy trading and converting currency to crypto for any of those things. So if anyone sends you a message with our names and offers those things, it's more than likely going to be a scam. So just be careful out there. Don't send these people your hard-earned money.
And I don't even trade crypto, so
Crypto.
ain't no
Yeah.
me.
Dude, it's more than just the people on this panel. Like, it's like all of the spaces speakers. I don't know anyone that does anything like that, you know. The whole idea behind the alerts, at least from my perspective, you know, like I don't give alerts to be followed. You know, I'm not trying to make people rich through alerts. I want people to like study what I do and kind of develop their own thing. You know, that's the whole purpose of why I do what I do. You know, like I feel like following alerts from anybody is not really so sustainable. You know, you could definitely make some money, and plenty of people, well, just about everybody on this panel has put my eyes on something that's led to me making money. You know, but I'm not exactly taking alerts.
We're pushing here. Yep. Guessing that was Shark or Amp who did that.
That was shaky.
You know, also I want to
No.
take a second, you know, and talk about like another thing that people don't realize. And like when it comes towards discords, there's paid discords and free discords, and a lot of people will be afraid to spend some money on a paid discord. And like I personally have I've subscribed to more than 10 different discords, you know, And the thing is, like with a lot of these subscription prices, people don't understand that there's like a lot of server maintenance, behind these servers. And like my server's free, but I can guarantee. I mean, I can't guarantee it, but I'd say that a lot of these paid services probably have more to offer than mine, and a lot more features. There's a lot of moderators. There's a whole team of people. Just the guy that you see running.
Uh-oh. Sniper, you cut out.
You cut out, Sniper.
I see my AirPod died. But I was saying, like, the guy that you guys see, on Discord, that's like the main face, that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's like 5 people working under this
Oh
guy.
yeah, generally they got a whole team for the most part. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
It takes a village to raise a child.
And at the end of the day, I mean, obviously nobody likes to pay for anything, obviously, but and there are a lot of scams. I understand when people they don't want to get scammed out of their hard-earned money, which I totally understand. But on the flip side, you know what I mean? People will happily pay for college to go learn. I mean, let's be real. Business classes, you could learn some good stuff for sure, but it's not like this crazy learning experience, in my opinion, that you're going to get out of that. And you're going to spend a shitload of money on that versus, and then people see that they have to spend, I don't know, maybe $100 a month on a Discord that could potentially teach them how to make limitless money in a market like this.
It's so comical,
in my opinion,
dude.
people
It's
are
so
very.
comical.
It's hilarious. You'll spend $100,000 on fucking college and learn nothing, but you won't cough up $100 to learn a high income skill that once you learn, I mean, you have forever, and you can literally make limitless money. It's just crazy how people think sometimes. You know what I mean? I understand. There's risk in it. I get it. You could potentially get scammed. I totally understand, but fucking no risk, no worry, man. You gotta take the risk somehow. Right?
And I will say that, it's funny to me because, like you said, people will, and no hate on college, right? It wasn't the route that I took. I'm a dropout. But the thing is that, people are so brainwashed to think that college is the route. And I mean, what is there, almost 1,000 people in here, sometimes there's 2,000, and most of them, I would say, likely have a degree, and you guys all we're all in the same boat, right? Like we're all here talking stocks, trading stocks, futures, options, whatever it may be. And, a lot of people who go through college are likely finding out that, man, I wasted 1, a lot of time, and 2, a lot of money. And imagine, if you had put the time and effort into focusing on actually trying to improve your life and learn a craft, like Jordan is saying, versus sure, college, yeah, we like to think of academics, but most of the time it's just a huge party, right? I mean, that's what I did before I dropped out. So, just if you're out there and you're really skeptical about
Mabel, I can't picture you doing keg stands.
Bro, funnels? Yeah, it's really yeah. Natty lights and funnels, boys.
Yeah, dude.
But yeah, I mean, a lot of people, they'll shy away from $100 opportunity. That's what I look at it as. And not to say that you should go and buy every single Discord out there, but if you really want, a deeper breach into, this world, at some point it's going to cost money, whether in the stock market or, from an educator.
Dude, the thing also is people, I'm telling you, man, people don't realize though, for creators, I imagine a majority of you guys up here have a paid room, and the expenses behind it, you have to pay people to I know you guys probably don't know how to program Discord bots. I mean, I personally don't, and I have to pay somebody to do that, with
Absolutely.
My old server.
I don't personally run my own paid Discord, but I know how much work it takes and how much money it can cost to actually be paying out people that are handling things for you. You know what I mean? And all that.
Might be setting up for a bull break here on
yeah, I would like to see
SPY. It's starting to recapture.
I see that.
Pushing the 70s to 80s would be sick, but maybe 20K retest with a huge seller from Globex over 980.
Dude, my first year with a paid service, we made 1.3 mil, and I could say that from that, there's hundreds. I mean, not hundreds. I could probably say around 100 consistently profitable people that were members of this community, and I'm sure that there's testimonials for all these communities, and the reason why these people are doing what they're doing now is because they were actively, paying for a subscription and a service and consistently putting in the screen time every day and, really putting an honest effort into learning the strategies that are being
Order filled. Order filled.
Apple new high of day.
Pushing into the 70s here, perfect. Like I said, if we see strength above 20s, a broken base above 20, you likely see that push to 70s to 80s, which is a great scalp.
Guys, I was long from 198670, and I just added 20 to be long 30. Up 100
Jesus Christ, Frank.
Up 100
You're killing it.
Beast mode.
The first time in 2 months I got 100 points, to be honest. This is wild. I think the biggest part of trading is psychology. And I agree with Knots, like letting my runners run. It's been difficult for me, and I've been doing it for 40 years. But the psychology of it is the most difficult part. You can't, you have to go in with a positive attitude every day, no matter what.
Yeah, I agree with that, Frank.
It makes sense, but my best trading is when I go into the day and
Filled.
not like I don't care, but like I'm just here to trade, do what I gotta do, and get out. But when the days where I'm like, usually it's those days where I size up and I'm like, I want to make money today. Those are the days I get shit on. Like I'm
Yep.
trying to force shit almost.
Yeah, and I will say, right,
Agree.
to the newer traders out there, like I mean, I cannot stress how important a routine is. Like I said, I've been doing this for almost 7 years, and I mean, religiously will study at least an hour a day. If I don't, I mean, I'm breaking my routine, and if I can't maintain a simple routine, how consistent and how disciplined am I truly? So a lot of traders will come through in the market, like you guys, we've all been discussing, take trades, find themselves inconsistent, and either one, liquidate themselves from the market, or two, continue down that same kind of revolving door, right? Going in circles over and over and over again. And, it is a fact that progress in trading and in most things is not seen day by day, but over a course of time. But your small improvements day by day will almost guarantee that large step in progress over a large period of time. So keep yourself consistent and always study. I mean, if you're not studying nightly, I can't really speak for the speakers, right? But for the listeners, if you're year one, year two, and you're not studying nightly, I would say that you don't really have a passion for this, which I believe is necessary for success.
The only thing that I'm concerned about is we're coming into lunchtime. That's it. Otherwise, it looks pretty good. Even on a back test 5, but we'll see.
30-point gain NQ. I sold a quarter, $600 per contract.
Shop had a nice pop. We're still rejecting that 15-minute 9, so I'm not convinced yet, but we're still in it as of now.
I'm all out, guys.
All right, Apple is hitting the full target upside, which is closer to 216 of those 215 calls that I called out on Wolf Spaces earlier. They are sitting at 245 here, entry. Sorry, for the current price on them from the entry earlier. Up $70 a contract.
That's gonna be it for me today, guys. Pleasure making money with you all. I will catch you guys on Tuesday, tomorrow morning. Are we doing spaces Wednesday? I know market closes early, but if so, I'll see you guys then as well. But until next time, catch you guys tomorrow. Love ya.
GG, Maple.
Later, Maple. See you tomorrow, brother.
Yo. Can I hear anyone, or are you guys not talking?
Nope, you
We're
just
still here.
Okay. Maple stayed a little later today. Normally it's 11:45 on the dot. He's gone.
I know he just rated me.
Jordan, you make the competition portfolio?
Back. Dude, I'm having trouble, but I'll figure it out. I just got back yesterday.
With what though?
Fucking getting Robinhood all set up and shit.
But you already had the account set up, right?
And all that. I don't know what the fuck's
That
going
doesn't
on.
matter. You just buy it in the Robinhood today, and everything will get figured out.
Okay, we'll figure it out.
All right, got a fill there at the 80s.
Yeah, Evan, I still can't connect.
All right, here's another fill.
I'll get it figured out with you guys later, but just get them in your portfolios.
Amazon ripping. That consolidation this morning was annoying, but it held all that 21 EMA the whole time. Looking good now.
Yo, I'm up 26.45.
Damn.
Hey.
20.
There we go. There's open range high. Got filled again.
Oh, I'm up 17. Jordan, look up.
Is Gav up a lot? You know what he's doing?
Let me look.
I really believe I'm in first place right now.
Here we go. We're almost at 20K.
Get it, Sharky.
Looking for 20K. Come on, baby.
Get it to the figure. There it is. Boom.
Nice job, Sharky.
There it is. There it is. All right.
Evan, you still in Chewy?
Oh, yes. What's been happening? I haven't looked. About even.
Not too much.
Jordan, were you guys trading Chewy at all this morning? Are you surprised it's pulled back like this?
I didn't touch it, but I did hear some things about Roaring Kitty or whatever.
Yeah, he owns 6.6%.
I don't even know what's really going on.
He owns 6.6% of the company now.
So why does he give a shit about Chewy now? I don't understand.
He liked the stock.
He just likes it. Interesting.
Order filled.
He's not a cash.
Yeah, I am
Order filled.
not going to be buying that.
Order filled.
It is on a nice dip, though.
You're going short, aren't you? I'm out of the long, by the way. Frank, you sold, eh?
Is
Yeah, I
it a
sold at the figure,
coincidence that
Sharky. I'm going
Chewy?
to cover quick on the back test.
Yeah, I figured. Nice.
Is it a coincidence that Chewy stock price is the same around GameStop? He just likes getting stocks that are relatively low at this price.
Also, the short interest is there, kind of 15%.
That's what I was gonna say next. What's the short interest on Chewy as well?
15%, 0.66 days to cover. It's nothing crazy, but it is there. If you wanted to take the highest short interest play, the move is beyond meat. Everyone's uncle's betting on them going under. I don't really like that one though.
They did not give you a second to blink on that one. They bought it right up. Holy moly.
I'm flat, Sharky. I got stopped on the bounce. I got a few down there at 92, 93. That's pretty well here. It's just lunchtime. That's the issue here for me. I was pretty patient today, which is good. Oof. Ripping.
Looks like 14's next then.
Yeah, I'm not touching the short side here, Sharky. Not until we get a little higher, at least.
We're coming into the, well, yeah, I mean, we're basically coming to the London Open here.
Come on, Chewy.
Into the 20s.
Eat that competition.
Hold the figure, yeah. Probably going to session high for London. 20s. Could be a short there. I'd even work in the one here, I think, actually. But it is lunch.
You got the Euros on too now. It is France, Belgium.
Yeah,
This is actually
France
a
and
great
Belgium.
game.
Oh, yeah. I got money on that.
Throw it on. My prediction, 2-1 France.
Everyone was talking about soccer. I'm like, what is going on with the World Cup or what?
The Euros. Also, you could call it a gyro if you're feeling American.
Gyro?
And commercial for Propel.
Apple and Microsoft just flying. Wow.
All right, 216 was my full target intraday on Apple calls. I'm no longer in those 215s, but I believe they just hit 250 a contract from the 174 entry from Wolf Spaces this morning. Is Eva still in here?
I believe so. Yes.
No, I'm still here. I'm
Football's
watching the
coming
Wimbledon.
home.
Did Everly Jane, be quiet. Did you send me a message in Discord?
Yeah, that was me.
You said it was you?
Yeah, that was me.
If anyone magically held, they are up over 200% here. The futures from the bottom there, where we grabbed it, is up over 170 points. I did not hold for that long, but I did get 80 points out of it, though. I'm happy about that. Amazon cooking. I was still waiting for that 191, 182. Didn't get it. I don't know if we will get it at this point. Spy Q's looks better there.
I had PeakBot execute a put credit spread on Amazon this morning for me.
It executed for you?
Yeah, all of them did.
Maybe I gotta redo my shit. Fuck. I've been waiting for it to execute. This is okay, disconnect. Integrate. Boom. Security code. Got you. I got you. Blah, blah, blah. Yep. Yeah, they should start executing probably in the next 30 minutes then.
Still watching for SPY to complete the move would be up into 545, 80, or 80s. And for ES to do it, I'm watching it to go trade into 555, 39 area. And then the cycle will be complete.
My portfolio today is going a little nutty.
Why is that?
Probably Apple. I mean, I guess Apple and Tesla.
I could do it.
Evan, I'm up $31 in the comp.
Oh yeah, Tesla's fucking cooking.
Garlic, you need to make sure you get your portfolio set up today for the competition.
No, I don't feel like it.
Well, then you're gonna be kicked out.
That's
Goodbye.
Right. Bye, pop, pop.
Is Tesla at 212.75?
No, it's still around 210.
Yo, as a Spaces host, could you kick somebody from the space? Like, I know you can move me down to
Yeah.
Host, yes. Yeah.
Like I could kick Evan right now if he still wants to talk
Do you want
shit.
to find out?
He actually can hack your account, honestly, from the Spaces host. You get one free hacking a year.
Yeah. I haven't used
it up.
yet.
Look it up.
I gotta connect a broker to it.
Yeah.
Bro hasn't even looked at anything. Yes. You need to get a separate brokerage account that you haven't used, put $2,000 in it, and then buy stuff and then link it over.
Okay.
Look at the options though: Fidelity, Webull, Robinhood, a couple others.
I'll
So
do
pick
the
one of
bull.
those.
Don't do
You don't have any.
Vanguard.
If you have other accounts, it will take it in there. So you have to have no other accounts at that broker.
It's just one. Yeah.
Vanguard doesn't allow partial shares. Quest Trade does not either. Wealth is Simple allows it, and Fidelity allows it too. You're gonna want partial shares for this contest.
I'm using Fidelity for the first time in a while since using Robinhood. Fidelity's ass.
Dude, it's so bad, man. It's so bad.
Oh, De Bruyne almost just scored.
Someone got struck by lightning in Miami yesterday.
That's crazy. You should buy some options, see if it's like either good luck or bad luck. Test it.
I'm not having a bad day, man. My predictogram's on fire.
Fire.
Yo, Evan, I forgot to tell you, I can't even sign into the desktop Fidelity. Like it's not even taking my login.
Why
I
not?
don't know, dude. This app is broken, man. I'm starting to also think that the connection issue, I'm starting to believe it's not a Blossom issue. I'm starting to think it's a Fidelity issue. You know, because what's the common denominator here?
And
So I'm going to tell you guys about my common denominator theory. This applies to many things in life, not just technical problems with the brokerage, but, you know, let's just hypothetically say if Evan has a problem with Jordan, Evan could be the problem or Jordan could be the problem. Now, let's say if Evan has a problem with Jordan, KC, and Emp, who's the common denominator there? You know, I'm starting to like use this theory to a lot of things in life, and you know, I've found it pretty helpful. Not saying Evan's a problem at all.
no, Jordan's the common denominator for sure. Didn't even hear it.
Dude, Jordan just came back from vacation. I bet he's sunburned, taking a nap right now in front of the desk. It's a little too quiet up here.
I agree.
Pretty nice weather out today, huh?
I just went outside for like the second time to let my dog out. We'll
What kind of dog you got?
It's like the family dog, the Morkie, small thing. I'm a more big dog guy. I'm a cat person. So if you're not, you're dumb. But cats are great.
I have a dog.
You're dumb.
I have a German Shepherd and I have a tuxedo cat, and they're like best friends. The cat actually bullies the dog.
All right, come on. I want France to win.
Aside from the US dollar, the Blueface US dollar, what do you think the coolest note is in all the world's currency? Damn, left unread by the whole panel. I'm gonna have to.
I was going to get something. Honestly, I don't have good knowledge of too many currencies.
I think the 500 dirham, which is like UAE money. I think that's the coolest one. The 100,000 too.
UAE money. 500. Hey man, it's all the same. It's all same thing but different.
Stop filled.
I'm having lunch now. Have a slice of pizza. Did you go out? Are you in Hawaii or something? Yeah. Me?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm in New York.
Oh, I don't know why you guys were talking about this time zones earlier. It was confusing me.
Because they were talking about West Coast, and I'm like, dude, why would I ever like want to get up at like 6 a.m. and it's like late? Like that's when the market's opening. What are we doing? Clearly East Coast if you want to be a stock market person. If time zones weren't a thing, though, I'd be in Hawaii and in Japan for the last couple months. Dark Sniper, you worried about my portfolio up on the nest above? You think I'm going to beat you?
Dude, I think you're worried about mine, to be honest.
Nah. I'd be curious if anyone down below look up on the nest above, and that's the portfolio I'm doing for the competition. Put 2K in that. How do you think I'll do?
Yo, you know who I'm actually worried about? I'm not gonna lie. Yeah,
Logical?
he's either gonna be in first or last place, nothing in between.
Sharky, I'm flat.
Yeah, first or last, everybody. I think in 5 years we're going to look back at the portfolios and mine will have performed the best. That's my goal.
Dude, I mean, I think yours looks pretty similar to mine. You know, I don't like.
But mine's better.
No, I don't know about all
Just
that. You know, I think that Kava's gonna send you down.
we'll see. Kava's an interesting one.
I'm up.
I may come in and buy Kava if Kava falls pretty hard. And nothing changed with the company I
I
buy.
already own the stock, you know, at a much better price than what I have for the competition.
I wanted to.
Most of my Kava's got like an average cost of like 55, I say.
Nice. I really like the food. Fucking beautiful.
How much money have you spent, you think, in your lifetime at Kava?
Not much. 300, 200, 300.
Okay.
100, 300. No, 200 to 300.
I'm probably in a similar area, but it's significantly less accessible to me, you know. But
It's less accessible to me now. It was more. Apple, dude, get up to 3%. Give me a tweet. Holy, damn.
I went to the Kava in Jersey City last week.
Have you tried the new steak?
Dude, oh my God, they're good. It's so good.
I haven't tried it. I need to.
10 out of 10 recommend. But I mean, to be honest, those lamb meatballs are still the best thing.
I like the chicken.
Spicy or regular?
Regular.
I mean, dude, there's no wrong answers. I've tried it all. Like, there's no meat from Kava that I'm gonna be like, damn, this is gross. You know? And like,
you like their meat in your mouth?
Come on, dude.
It's true. Wait, it's what you said. What do you mean?
I mean,
you don't have to make it weird. They're making you meat,
weird,
and you're putting it in your mouth.
But man, like,
I think you made
like
it
the
weird.
thing that I like about Kava over Chipotle is like, you ever been to Chipotle and you get like a weird piece of chicken? You know, like I know if you.
I get a weird piece of steak a lot, honestly. It's just so fatty, and I'm like, that was.
Yeah,
disgusting.
I have not gotten one of those weird pieces of meat from Kava yet. I feel like.
Did you know that garlic?
get a job for a week on something that I know nothing about, and like kind of just do it to learn a lot, for a week, and then go to another job like a week now, but it involves like sacrificing doing everything that I do now, but like I would love to work at Chipotle for a week and kind of just see how that place operates. I imagine it's crazy, and I'd love to see like the actual volume that they do. I'd love to see like numbers of a specific location, like especially the ones around me.
Garlic, you have any insights for him, seeing as you worked there for so long?
It sucks.
Dude, 12 years is a long time.
Apple is fucking flying.
Dude, I love seeing it.
I love seeing it too.
I would love seeing it if I was still on my 215 calls from this morning.
Imagine if it was your largest holding.
I hate seeing it because Evan loves seeing it.
I know.
I know, right? It makes me want to
My
short the
portfolio
fuck
is
out of
like
Apple.
so positioned for Apple to keep going up.
Those 215 calls from 174 and now at 315.
Hey,
They're going to go 100%.
Evan, I'm actually gonna call Tim Cook and tell him to put in a report on his own stock that it's way overvalued and it should be priced at $50.
Tim Cook would laugh in your face because he knows you're a loser. No, I'm kidding. I love you. Sorry. No, I mean we'll see. We'll see. I'm my thought process around the next phone being a big upgrade will have to be proven soon. So it's not one of those things. Like we'll see over the next couple of years. We'll see over the next quarter.
No, I like Apple. I do say they need to definitely change something up or do something cool.
What do they need to change up? Stop making so much money?
What I mean is like actually like add things to the phones, maybe a better battery, like stuff like that.
I feel like 15 was pretty like the latest one. That's the 15. Am I crazy, right? Somebody please confirm that.
15, yeah.
15,
Yeah, I feel like the 15 was significantly different than the 14 versus the 14 from 13, I feel like it was more innovative. I like the Type-C chargers.
Yeah, that's good, but I mean, that's just so simple. We need something else.
I feel like the biggest change in Apple phones in the history was the iPhone 8 to the X, like when they started using Face ID. And then we also got that 4S to the 5. Or no, the iPhone 6 was the first fingerprint one. I could be wrong, don't quote me.
And watch out, I'm telling you, 15 to 16, I think will end up being looked back on as one of the big ones.
What do you think
That's what my Apple thesis is.
The most sold phone of all time?
I've tweeted the graphic before. Do you want me to do it again?
I'd love for you to pin it up in the nest.
Oh, sold. Give me a minute.
It's iPhone 13, right?
I think it's like a Nokia phone, based on unit sales, not money.
Oh, I see.
I need to find it though. Give me 5 minutes. I know I posted this.
Apple's about to break 217.
I feel like it's crossed over 3 times in the last like 15 minutes, but it's failing to hold it. Everybody likes Robinhood so much. I feel like I'm the only one in the competition that doesn't have Robinhood stock.
There's a limit to what I'd like it at because, end of the day, I don't really want to own a broker that much. The space is like it's a necessity, and that's good, but the competition is just aggressive. And I really think Robinhood has kind of solved has built a better mousetrap than most people in the most important area and getting new users in. So we'll see. Maybe that changes at some point, but while it is, I think the upside from a $10 to $20 billion company up to its peers at 100 billion, 200 billion, there's a chance.
Apple over 217. Those 215 calls are about to hit 100%. If anyone's still in those from Wolf Spaces.
What's Chewy doing? Is it being nice to me?
Evan.
Yeah.
Someone in my Discord said that they missed the Apple call out because their wife wanted his help to help her pick out an outfit. And then he said the outfit isn't even that good. FML.
It's fucked up. You can't be missing the Apple calls, right?
Here we go. And I think they just hit like 98%.
I'm going to delete this recording before that guy dies tonight. That guy will get killed if his wife hears that.
Oh my god. And there it is, 100% on those Apple 215s.
All right, guys. Choppy morning, but then we hit that good long. I'm going to take a break.
See you later, man. You gonna go touch some grass? Get outside? By the way, this is based. So the iPhones probably beat them in price, in revenue.
Most definitely. Wow, I'm shocked the iPhone 13 is not on there. When was dude?
You guys should also follow that account. I hear the person who posts those tweets just banger after banger. Good content.
Another thing is interesting too is this is global, not just U.S.
You're global. You came back from China. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I've pretty much been like everywhere. But like I've always looked at like.
Have you been to Antarctica? Have you been to
I'm going to
Australia?
Antarctica later this year, actually, on a cruise.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Are you going to cruise over like what's the Drake Passage and
Yep,
stuff?
you got to go through Argentina to go through that.
You're taking it out of Patagonia. I've seen some reels and stuff.
Yeah, man, I'm not looking forward to that part of it. I'm not gonna lie.
The boats look really cool. The cruises, they look
Yeah,
fun.
they definitely look super nice. You know, the sun is definitely a necessity. I went to Alaska this year. It's pretty freezing, but I imagine Antarctica is even colder. I like tropical places.
Me too. But it's fun to go to cold places for a vacation.
Agreed.
Live warm, vacation cold. Is Emp up here or is he just down below?
He's up here.
Oh, I am.
Emperador.
Apple.
He's not speaking, right?
I don't hear
Okay.
him. Doesn't mean he's not speaking though. Facing switches to me a lot. And I just decided to full send, you know? You guys are gonna have to tell me if I'm talking over someone. Sorry. I still haven't trimmed any of these apple swings I have.
What are they at?
Average cost is $1.05. They are currently trading at $5.60.
Oh,
It's been covering some other losses I've taken, so they're looking hot.
Nice.
That's the big dub, though. There's some L's underlying.
Do you
We'll
know?
talk about those.
Do you know at what price you bought them at? Like Apple price?
I bought them on $5.29. So, $1.90.
Damn. Okay.
Okay.
What did you say? I really love that there's a red and a green apple for the emojis.
Everly, say hey. Say hey.
What's happened?
Say hey. You gotta say hey.
Everly.
Hi.
Huh?
Are you gonna say hey?
God dang it, shop. Get above that 15-minute 9.
Gosh darn it.
Shop not reclaiming 63. Or where's it at?
We're holding that daily 21, but it's not reclaiming that 63.75, the 15-minute 9. We keep rejecting that. So I want to see a daily close over the 21, or else I think I'm going to cut it. We just need to get bought up back over that 64, basically. If that happens, we're good, but don't know. Generally, the plays the swings I've tried to hold, if we do close below the 21, don't do as good, clearly. You know what I mean? If they get bought up over it, it's always a lot better. So don't know that I want to take the chance to hold that overnight if we don't close over it. Emperador. Coin trying. God, that's been choppy this morning.
Jordan.
Yes.
You should buy the stocks. Get your long-term portfolio going. You gotta get going today or tomorrow for the competition.
Dude, I don't know if I'm going to be participating, bro. To be completely honest with you. We'll see.
Well, it's a little past. We'll see. So.
Garlic knots.
TC knots.
Are you here? Is he here?
Yeah, I just
Knots,
yeah. Hello.
you're here. Oh, guess what? Pigbot executed all 14 of my credit spreads, and 13 are already green.
I still don't get anything. The fuck?
I have one red, which is Delta, and my two biggest wins so far is Amazon, which is already up 50%, and UPro, which is up 51%. Delta is down 9%, but everything else is green.
I just texted them because I even redid the integration and didn't do it yet.
That's what I was about to ask, if you disconnected your account and redid it, because I've noticed that we have to do that every week now.
Yeah, very annoying.
Ooh, Snowflake up 5%. Over 140, damn.
Shy must be happy. Damn, yeah, it's ripping low.
Yeah, Snowflake's been doing really good the past 3 days. I had one call. I don't know if I sold it or not. I was starting a position, but then it started just going without me. Let's see.
Garlic, you think you're going to be in the competition?
What happened?
Do you think you're going to want to do the stock picking thing with us?
The 2000?
Yeah, and you're going to have to get the portfolio done today or tomorrow.
But it won't even. I don't think if I even.
It will.
It would?
I'll help you figure it out, yes.
Oh.
You could wire.
Going to need a yes or no.
You could wire cash and have it instantly ready to use. Like you could.
That's also true.
I don't blame you.
You said you have a do you have a Webull account though that you're not using? There's no cash in there?
Yeah,
Use
I do.
that.
Yeah, that's what I said I would do it on.
I'm short, guys. Looking for it to consolidate a little bit lower over lunch. See if we can get below 20,000.
Like it, Frank.
Tight stop.
Yeah.
Tight stop. I mean, I could get stopped out very quickly here. I already covered a little bit. I'm trying to stick with a small short.
Who was it that said Apple's crossing over 217?
KC was talking about it.
Casey, I know I said it's done it a couple of times. I felt very stupid because I realized that my Apple was on daily.
Hot.
NVIDIA testing the orb. Back to half on SPY. Q's coming.
Are lining up, but you've got some of these things have been. NVIDIA. And the problem is Apple and Microsoft are just so strong.
Yeah.
Order filled.
I missed the cover there. Shit.
Order.
Have a resting order down lower. To be honest, if it does come down along at like 85, it looks really.
That's what I'm thinking. Yep, we're thinking the same way. I was hoping to catch it quick here. I wish I caught more on that dip. Be patient. It'll come.
And I shorted that overnight high there. Yeah. Really, probably not a great risk reward either side.
No, it's lunchtime trade.
I hear you say you're long Chewy.
I am.
Okay.
Come on. You hear someone buys 5%. If it was a short, up 30%. I don't know if it's a short here, down 5.
So Evan,
No.
it came out today that he fully is in.
Yeah. He owns 6.6% of the company.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I just want to make sure when I buy these up, I'm buying like the right percentage needed and everything.
No, just whatever you want.
None of that. Okay,
Just whatever
Is
you
whatever
want.
you
cash a
want.
position?
Cash is a position, so it can be
Cash is a
max
position, so
20%.
you can't have more than 20% cash.
So you need
Okay,
to get
no worries.
$400 in. We can give you a little bit more time if needed, but you know.
What if you just left your
I'm getting
entire
it, sir.
portfolio cash and the whole market turned down for the next 3 months and you
Yeah.
You
The
know,
only
listen,
winner is the guy that didn't buy shit.
Yeah.
you can go into like TLT or something. Like you can get creative with it and tell me to fuck off if that's what you want to
So
do.
we
But
can do that. Or
Or
you can put
THTA?
cash.
I have
Like,
QQQ, IVOO. Jordan, let me repin up in the nest above what my portfolio looks like.
oh wait. Oh yeah. Throw it up there. No worries.
Look up there in a second, or you could scroll over. But I
I
bought
found it. Yeah.
couple ETFs. I bought TSLT. I'm going to add some more stuff like that maybe too.
We got to manage things, but
No, the goal is to update it as little as possible, in my opinion.
yeah, because I mean we're doing quarters,
I got
really
stopped.
even
There we go,
longer than
Frank.
that.
Here we
I
go,
got a
Frank.
small short, but I got stopped out on a lot of it, to be honest.
Here we go, Frank.
Come on now.
I'm gonna have to use my mulligan.
I'm
Get
gonna
ready to
have to
Trump.
use
Get
my
ready to Trump.
mulligan.
It's based on it's based on portfolio gain, dollar gain, or what is it?
Percentage,
I,
I'm pretty sure.
I mean, it's
well,
technically the same thing.
I think
I
Almost.
mean,
They're
dollar.
all the same
Yeah.
portfolio size,
Trump.
cash wise. So
Yeah,
even if it
yeah.
was dollars, it would be fine. It just depends
True.
on the stock you're buying,
True.
technically.
So I just realized I own percent of something.
What did you say?
I just realized I have more than 20% invested in one name. It's
Does
that
it show that on Blossom or does it show it in your actual portfolio?
it's in my head for me calculating the numbers. I own one share of Q's.
We'll allow one small rule break at the beginning for everyone. Kim actually did something similar. She bought one share of Microsoft.
Oh, because that's taking a big. So doing a lot of partial
$400.
shares. Then.
$400 is the max you can go into one. Yeah.
Yeah, makes yeah.
I put my Thinkorswim account at the top, and there in spaces. Suggest people checking out Peakbot if you like credit spreads. I'll put the link in that post as
Frank,
well.
you buy it?
Add on 20, and I just covered the last like 8 right down there.
It could be a long right here.
Yeah, I got bids below.
I cut half or whatever, not cut. I took profit on half.
Covered, yeah.
Covered it, and I'll just probably just leave my stop at high of day here.
$86 and 84.
Yeah, I had an order sitting at 80, or I put it at 90. Because
I don't know if I buy them if it goes there now. I might cancel.
It depends what it does there, right?
Yeah.
The reaction.
Ideally, I like to buy it in the 60s and 50s. And with the kind of wickiness we're having today, That dump this morning was unbelievable.
Yeah, it was both of them.
Yeah,
And then
the
the
second
rip
one
off of
is
the
the one.
S1.
The higher low is where I got long. That's where I made the 100 points. The first one, I was like, "Oh God, here we go."
Yeah, I caught a nice long on. I think I got about 50 or 60 points. What was?
I can't remember the that on ES Comics. It's freaking beautiful.
Reclaims 20K here. It's pretty decent look. But you got to get
Is
back
this
over that
real?
line. Kind of looks like
Tesla
a
published
Tesla.
patent for self-cleaning system in vehicle.
A lot of patents get filed.
Doesn't mean really anything though.
It's like a hint at something they might be working on in the next
Fucking 10 years.
1 to 5 years. Yeah.
Yeah. Not
Patents
something to
are
get too
fun to
excited
watch. They
about.
are fun to watch, but it's not like it's going to move the stock. It's more like start speculating about what the future of the products could be type thing.
Yeah.
Fun if you're a nerd. I enjoy it.
Might be losing some trends here.
Oh, Atlanta Fed down to 1.7.
The Delta position just went green, so now all 12 credit spreads.
I think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just in runners, right? But it's up 20% now. But I trimmed it mostly Friday at like 50% or whatever. I mean, the hype. I mean, we have the hype based on a tweet, and then now the whole thing's kind of
What
weird.
happened last week with the tweet? What happened? I didn't see it.
He just tweeted a dog.
Oh, really? And people thought Chewy right away? Really?
Well, it was the Chewy. It was like, you know
Let me look.
how that group is. They
How'd
went
they
into
know,
like
though?
the same. Well, look at the picture for one. And then what was the other thing they said? No, I mean, the weirdest thing to me is that
I just saw the thing that the guy is gone.
Uh-oh. Don't worry, I'll be back hosting tomorrow. No more Rugs USA from fucking
thank
Mods.
you.
Who's opening it just in case?
I thought it was weird that he bought the exact same amount of shares that he had of GameStop in Chewy.
I wonder if it's his money.
I agree. That's why I mentioned earlier that I thought it was interesting that the next stock that involved Roaring Kitty was Chewy, which was around the same.
Oh Lord, that's the real. How's the game, Evan? I haven't been able to watch much.
It's decent. It's decent. It's end to end, but like no finishing product. Apparently, they're playing really weird, where it's like I don't know. De Bruyne is playing defensive mid.
Well, they're playing like a 4-4-2 with him in the middle. But with Onana beside him, I can see where they go into a diamond every once in a while. I don't know, as long as Lukaku is your point man, you're probably not going to do well.
Until
Are they
like
wearing
one
those
game.
Are the
Testing that 20 or that 200 on the daily.
Yeah, so if you mark 49 and $50 on the daily, go back
Mm-hmm.
a few months and look how that was clear supply and resistance, and then the
Yep.
earnings flew above it. Now this is the first back test ever since then that it's doing. So it's oversold here on the daily. It's the first time it's back testing this level after breaking it. It just
Mm-hmm.
bounced off the 200, so I want to see if it can reclaim the daily 9, and I'm selling some puts on it.
I like it, and
Case-
it's just a big psychological level. $50 is a huge
Yeah.
spot. I do like this.
Casey, what does Dollar General look like? Because there's like 3 brand new Dollar Generals around my town.
They're actually building one down the street from my house. So Dollar General, it is selling off today because there is daily resistance at 135. So if you go to the daily on Dollar General, if you mark the high from April 4th,
Shorts
and
are
then
paying out.
the high from 528, and then today it just broke, or sorry, it just rejected that trend line. So I'm going to wait for that to break. So around 135, then I'll long Dollar General.
Casey, I think I'm buying Kroger, dude.
I'm telling you, man, I'm liking it this week.
Ponds are cheap, spreads are fine.
Contracts are so cheap.
I'm grabbing some.
Oh, let's go.
$51 calls July 26th.
Short, I'm up. Frank, there's
I'm
50
here.
points.
Good for you. Awesome.
Oh, God. Rugged.
Order filled.
Now, this is your orb back test, though. Kind of like we were saying, though, it's like more uncomfortable the way it came down under it. If this 5-minute candle closes on 85 or higher, that would be your long spot.
Jordan, you did $51 calls on Kroger.
Yep.
What's the expiration?
726. They were 54 cents each.
Nice.
There you go, Evan.
I'm going to join you. I'm also going to be a little greedy and add $50 in the monies for July 19 small size too. They're $85.
I like that, though, because if we do get a dip, you're a little, like, you're already in the money here, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I would have liked to get it earlier this morning, but I like this spot still. I mean, Friday's high here. It's not a bad spot at all. It is a little higher than I'd like, but
What are you guys talking about?
Kroger, KR, Casey just kind of put this on my radar for me. I like what he was saying there. And like you were saying, it's just a retest of that big psychological level after breaking out. It's the first time we're hitting it. Even if we don't get a huge move, I bet that we've already seen buyers down here. I would bet that there's buyers to push this up at least towards the weekly EMAs. So
You bought it.
he bought it.
I loaded the boat. Loaded the boat, baby.
Load the boat, Frank.
Sold half.
Yeah, I don't
Sold
blame you.
half.
Ooh. How quick these dip.
And we'll see where it goes from here.
These dip buyers are in here quick. You got to get over the figure here.
I took it really quick. These guys are fast buying up. It's one of those fast take profit days.
Hold on tight, Eva. We're going for a ride here.
I'm out of flat right now.
Hold on tight. We're in the deep end of the pool. Get your swimmies on.
You better grab some floaties because it's getting rough out there.
Boom, baby. Let's go.
Beautiful.
I'm gonna grab my surfboard.
Yeah.
If it gets rough, I'll grab my scuba gear.
Yeah.
Not me. I'm just snorkeling today.
Order filled.
Oh, listen.
All right, shop at Kroger. Turn into some track stars for me, would you?
She's a runner. She's a track star.
She's a runner, she's a track star. She gonna run away
How was
when it
your
gets hard.
vacation though,
What's that?
Jordan? How was your vacation? Would you recommend the place?
Absolutely. If you want to have fun and party, and Lake Havasu is the spot. Unless you don't want to roast. If you don't want to roast like a piece of bacon in the sun, then don't ever go there. I mean, it didn't drop below. I mean, at the nights, it dropped down to like 98. But I mean, throughout the day, it was not under 110 at any time, really. Ridiculous.
I put my Kroger
You know what
chart
that
at the
shit
top of
is?
space. Well, I put my position at the top of spaces. I quoted my previous tweet showing the Kroger chart that I just told Jordan about. So I grabbed. Yes, I did, Everly. Just stop saying no. I did.
You just got caught.
It's like,
She
no.
got you. You
You know
are a
what? See,
fucking
look. Now I
liar.
have to. Now I have to
Get
go
34
got.
post my
points.
exact position so everyone
Yeah.
knows.
Out of 3/4.
Nice trade, Frank. Everly is daddy lying.
Order filled.
No.
Tattle,
Order
tattle,
filled.
tell, tattle, tell.
You want to come say? You hear?
Order
Yep. She hears
filled.
M's voice. She wants to come say hey now.
Hey, hey.
Oh. All right. Here.
Everly,
Order filled.
Hey. Hey.
Order
hey,
filled.
Everly, what are you doing today? Are you playing?
I'll be back.
Say she wants to
Everly,
go outside, but it's been storming.
Everly, you know what I want to play with? Number blocks.
Ooh, number blocks.
I'm all out. I took it all. It was too quick and too juicy not to take.
Look at Dell. That wick got bought up. Beautiful support on the daily. I mine up crowd as well. I was looking for a breakout on the daily too. I think crowd can go for 400. Also opened up some put credit spreads on it. The 370s.
Has no one talked, or can I just not hear them?
Evan,
Yo,
this is a pretty fun match to watch.
what'd you say?
This is a pretty fun match to watch.
It is crazy. It's 0-0.
Two good keepers, though, to be fair.
You have people who should be able to finish though.
What were even the odds going into this game?
Oh,
Sharky said you had a bet on it.
Shark did say. We'll see when he's here. I don't know. I said 2-1 France coming into it.
So most of my sports betting is for my viewing pleasure more than anything. So like if I'm not able to like really watch a game, I don't like to take bets on it.
Can I tell you something? That's how I view stocks. I don't trade, but like stocks are my sports betting, and I'm here every day, so I might as well play around a little bit.
Oh, you mean for like day trading?
Give or take, yeah. So like, I don't want this to ever be a
like
thing for me, but like
trading?
I want like a small portfolio I have on the side where I just fuck around with. It's really what I'm doing here.
I mean that actually makes sense.
I have to be here for the news anyway.
Because you're more of an investor and you're doing the news and the rest of your thing, right? So that's actually good. That's exactly what I do with sports betting. I'm not sports betting for money, but I mean, if I make money,
you say that, right? I'm up 30% on my Chewy.
Well, my runners are coming down.
You know what though? You know what they say? Just paper money. I've made nothing so far.
Wait, you said you're not sports betting for money?
I don't personally.
What are you going for, Drachmas or something?
I do it for viewing pleasure.
Yeah, I mean, but like, what are you wagering?
I mean, I'm
10-20K.
wagering money.
Not much.
But I'm not doing it to make money. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get you now. Yeah, I'm the same exact way.
Like I'm not trying to actually make income off of betting.
I get you, but you're still betting for money at the end of the day, you know?
I am. I mean, just like Evan's day trading, trying to make money. I mean, it's the expectation, I guess, would be the thing. The expectation of profit is not there.
Don't take me too serious. I could be a smartass sometimes.
No. I'm just saying the expectation of me making money long-term sports betting is just not my goal with sports betting. I just it increases the fun of watching some of these matches. Or makes you hate hockey more than anything. Fuck hockey.
Hockey's the hardest to bet on.
It was interesting.
No, I think there's stats behind it. It's the most unpredictable.
I feel like MMA is the hardest to bet on, dude. One punch can change everything, man.
All the shots look good, but they're all just off target.
You watched this UFC card this weekend?
I did not. How was
it? I did. Lopez is the only one I was like confident in. But my bet, so I actually had a decent parlay for that. And they threw it out because it was based on Lopez fighting Ortega. And so like I just got my money came back to me, or it would have been I had a nice parlay. I think I hit like 4 fights. Unfortunate. That kick though from Pereira. Oof. Oh. Well, you can get chopped up real fast if you're actively trading this.
You think Pereira knocked him out before that round started? Like in the end of that round?
I mean, knocked out, no. I mean, just by definition, right? But I think he was. I think he was definitely outside of his normal consciousness a little bit. But that kick is what did it.
Yeah, totally rang his bell right before. I think he was gonna lose almost instantly if the timer didn't end on that round.
But it was also like that kick like was being set up and studied. Like you could tell like the way he waited for it and caught him with his arms lower, he set it up. I mean, it was a beautiful, beautiful job by Pereira.
Could you name what kind of kick that was?
I just call it a high kick. I don't know the full term of it.
That was a switch kick.
Switch kick.
Yo, KC, you still around? Maybe not. I was going to talk about steaks for a minute, but I'm about to eat some steak. I'm going to jump off for a bit. I'll be back on the 2 p.m. Wolf Spaces, but I'll catch you guys in 21 minutes.
All right,
Sounds
Sniper.
good. See you later.
Steak sounds awesome. I'm starving.
I had steak for dinner.
All right. Sorry about that, boys. I was gone. KZ.
But now you're back. Why'd you close the
Yeah.
live stream already? No drones? Is it just working to get
Oh
back
no,
into it?
I had to go take a shower and friggin'
Getting
just
back into it
kind
is
of.
difficult.
Yeah, it's a
Guy
little
hadn't
weird.
showered
I
in
just
9
felt
days.
weird too being on stream today. It was a little interesting being back for the first time, but I'll do full stream tomorrow. I just wanted to wrap things up early today because I had to get a shower in and unpack all my shit. So, but yeah,
To be
we'll be
honest,
back to it,
last week sucked without being able to watch you on stream.
dude.
Boring. The
I
middle of my
hated
days were
just
so boring.
I hated just like being away from everybody too. You know what I mean? Like not talking to chat every morning. It sucks. You know.
Dude, it was tough out here. We got rugged 3 times a day, minimum.
Oh, I'm
No, I'm
sure
kidding.
with knots hosting, that's what happens. Yeah.
You see
The only
this?
reason I don't rug is because I'm on Wi-Fi all fucking day. I just stay at the boat. You know, I don't move anywhere.
Well, I guess we know it's not his wife is actually the problem now. He threw her into the bus.
Yeah, she's having him run around, and that's.
Well, she was going through his phone and closed the Twitter app.
Hey guys, just quickly jumping on the mic here. The Dixie's starting to bottom here, and it's looking like it's trying to curl up and potentially make another little leg higher. I do think the equity markets have seen a beautiful, beautiful move to the upside. We've nearly completed the measured move of the inverse head and shoulders. We're basically sitting on the QQQ. just slightly above pre-market high. But overall, I do think that with oil being so strong, we should see a push higher in the Dixie at some point today, maybe into the late of the session. And I really think that the equity markets could come under pressure. But for the time being, Tesla's kind of triggered this little 5-minute breakdown, looking for a couple downside targets, 206.76 and then 205.40. QQQ, I still think the QQQ can come back down to test this prior day low. If you get through this downsloping resistance from this pivot to this pivot, then you'll have a move to about 482.38. But oil, again, just a monster. It looked like oil was falling, had a bearish breakdown, and then a huge bullish reversal back up to 83.50, breaking out of a little bit of a flag pattern here on oil. Likely means that inflation expectations are going to have to go up here.
Tesla's held up a whole move. Little dip. Only to the 15-minute 9 though. Looks like it's setting up for more. Netflix having a decent day off the lows. Shop's trying, but we just cannot break that high quite yet. We did get over the 15-minute 9 though.
That was kind of a lame goal.
A little bit deflecting.
After all the great saves and stuff we've seen. What the? What channel are you watching on? Fox?
Yep, sorry, muted me, Fox. Yeah.
Oh, it did deflect, didn't it? Yeah. I gotta make a phone call. Probably get dropped. I'll be back at some point.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we're in the midday grind.
The midday grind. All right, well, I'm sitting with Kroger. That's up 5%. I'm sitting with Shop. That's down 9%. I ain't got nothing else. I'll probably swing these. Although Shop, I would like a stronger close than what it's looking like right now. Obviously, we still got time though. Spy's looking good.
Ooh. You guys are unfortunate you don't like soccer. You miss out.
I'm not a big soccer guy, I know.
There's a lot of honestly, Champions League, the Euros, and the World Cup. There's some really specific games in there that are just awesome watching.
Yeah. I played for a little bit when I was little, but
You try watching. This tournament's been really crazy too, honestly. A lot of late goals.
Yeah.
Okay, dude, England was about to lose to Slovakia yesterday, 1-0, and then Jude Bellingham scores a bicycle kick in the 95th minute.
Oh, damn.
Sends it to overtime.
I've always enjoyed watching soccer, though. Yeah, I mean, I just don't know teams. I don't even know players, any of that.
Big country, team should be better. Give or take, that's what the Euros are.
Ooh, Kroger with this pop off yesterday's high. Love
Jordan,
it. We're
Kroger's
Apple should
long.
hold it
Kroger.
strong at
We're long,
217.
baby.
You see that pop?
I see that
Casey, you see
pop.
the Apple story?
I did not.
All right, guys. So Tesla's actually been one of the stronger stocks in the market today, and it's actually starting to, as the Q's been pushing here and consolidating, Tesla hasn't really made a new high. So you're going to see Tesla put in this high pivot right at 1035. Look where the Q's were trading right at that 1035 time frame. So the Q's pushed up a whole lot more, and the leading mega cap did not really put in a new high. So if Tesla starts breaking down here, it could be telling us that the Qs are likely also to follow suit. Obviously, Tesla's not as market moving as it once used to be, but just a little bit of an intraday analysis, market analysis. We are seeing the leader take a bit of a breather, and that could mean that there's a bit of weakness creeping back in. Oil again, just pushing for 83.65. Bitcoin's making a nice little push higher here. That's up about 1.3%. The dollar trading at 105.89. 10-year yield is at 1.84. 2-year yield's only up 0.5%. Massive difference between the short end of the curve and the long end of the curve.
Continuing like this.
You know what it is? Okay, but here's the thing. So I want to wait for tomorrow because tomorrow is the Q2 delivery number, so we should get some movement. My hesitation. Robotaxi event, 8.8. That is like a big hype cycle going into it. So it feels like an easy thing for the run up into the event and then sell the news.
Mm-hmm.
And they have earnings like in 2-3 weeks. Like this is a good time. I think I want to see how those numbers come out tomorrow. But I could like to set up for a month and sell before the Robotaxi event.
I forgot the earnings are coming up for Tesla.
2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And the delivery numbers tomorrow. Earnings 3 weeks. Then that event like a month and a week away.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the $51 calls that Jordan entered in, those here are just nothing crazy, up 8%, but those $50 in the money calls that I bought are up 10% here on Kroger, so nice little pop.
Yeah, I got 14% on my 51s. I got them a little early, though.
Let's go.
Oh, no, $160 hauler. I didn't put too much into it. It's 20 contracts, but the cons are really cheap and they're not moving. They don't move crazy, so it's not that much in there. Out of that later. If we can't close over that 21. Go Kroger. Yes. Hey, shout out Casey. Putting things on my radar. I love it.
Well, Jordan, you would have been proud. I traded Enphase, Celsius, and Shop while you were gone.
Yeah, I know. Dude, Knott's, when I hopped on Spaces that one morning, and I heard Knott's taking them, so I took the M phase
Yeah.
and fucking woke up the next morning to like almost $1,000. I was stoked. Because I was losing money like the first few days I was out there. So that helped. Second.
Okay, now I'm joining Jordan here. I'm up 14% on those $50 calls for Kroger, so not a bad spot. I mean, just for a day trade, 14% is 14%, so nice pop here, though.
Come on, Chewy, give me a pump. Chewy should get back to even on the day.
No. There's a game. France won.
Yeah. Good game. Good game.
Yeah, we
GG.
have
GG.
Portugal Slovenia next. Be interesting. 2
3-1
p.m. my time.
Portugal.
No,
Easy, yeah.
I think it's going to be a close, very close game. Can't believe Portugal lost to Georgia the other day.
Sean said GME. GME with a little perk up. I wonder if Citron Research put out a thing. They said they think that it's clear Keith Gill is trading with someone else's money, not his own. Interesting. I wonder.
And that would
Wonder
make
if
more
that's true. 'Cause he's
sense.
making some big positions.
That would make more sense than anything, right? I mean, can you imagine trading somebody else's money and watching it go from like $1 billion back to 200 million? Oh God.
Come on, Apple. All right. Now the game's over. I'm going outside. Touch grass, this one say. So is the market just incredibly choppy, boring today? The volume was not off to a bad start, right?
I don't know about total volume, but I know the price is the same place it was at like an hour and a half ago. That's what we were talking about last night. BA futures have been sitting in the same trade for like an hour and a half.
I know my daughter was saying no when I took those Kroger calls. I put my screenshots there at the top of spaces. I did, in fact,
They're
take
doing
those
damn good
positions.
now, though. Uh-huh.
They're green. I put the chart there as well. That'll just show the pop there on Kroger. Get in on these calls before it. It does look like a potential, a little cup and handle kind of breakout here on the intraday, so that'd be nice. And I'd like to eventually get these $51 calls in the money. But everybody manages their accounts and trades differently, but regardless, 12 to 14% intraday on calls, whether it's a small account, big account, doesn't matter. Just follow your rules, take profits. Popped a little bit more. Now I'm up 15.
Let her cook.
Yeah.
How do you take profits?
Yeah, how do we do that?
It's so whenever you're up more than like 6%.
Yeah.
Yeah, I usually just take my full position when I get 6%.
Hey man, I mean, if you're putting 100 grand into a trade, 6% easy.
That would be.
And then just leave.
Just that one level that you know there's got to be a reaction off of.
Yeah, like
Times and it's like,
and then your entire account's gone.
yeah. And this is why size matters. What am I about to eat? Can't go to Slim Chickens again. Or can I?
Come on, Tesla. Damn, out of nowhere, Tesla really be strong.
Yeah, Tesla had a nice little candle there. Some of these other names are looking a little bear flaggy. But they're still hanging in. I mean, just kind of one time framing up, really. NVDA having trouble staying green on the day.
Apple, it somehow catches up year to date.
Watch Tesla pop up to like, I don't know, 212-ish and just sit there from 212 to like 200 like it did down in the 170s. Just sit there for another like quarter. How long did it sit there? What, almost 2 months? Over a month in the same area?
Tesla not done. Oh, look at that.
I didn't hear no bell.
It was perfect. Damn. Shop trying to turn it on
Tesla will
too.
be
Good.
Tesla will be at 220 by Friday.
I'm fucking down.
See what the Nobu boys do here in a minute. I think they're coming back.
For shop, I sold $61 calls and bought 59s.
Got you.
I'm tempted to take SPY puts right here. But there's no real confirmation yet. Damn, Jordy.
It's a great sound, huh? Yeah, sorry. I got people working on the boat right now.
I thought you were pulling into port. Somebody on your starboard side right now.
Jeez.
Drop it, logo. Come on, SPY.
Oh, Kroger. It's getting a new high day, baby. I was not expecting this, Casey. Look nice. Take that.
Very nice.
Very nice.
I wouldn't do you like that, Jordan. Only the best.
Frank, you're right on your orb again.
Not going back to the well yet.
Oh, okay. I'm still short one from way up higher.
I am going back to the well, but just not yet.
That's this is all your pre-market highs, basically.
It's NVDA that's worrying me.
The dips are getting bought quick. Oh, Tesla's
Yeah, I
ripping
noticed that.
faces.
Let her cook.
Very, very fast wake up.
Let her cook. She's
But
cooking.
the ES is now dropping to
She
VWAP.
is cooking.
So we got Prospero coming up. Wolf should be joining in, right?
Yeah. I
gotta
don't
get
see
some
him
food.
yet.
I don't see him yet.
Tesla is
Yeah, let her
ripping.
cook, man.
Here
Yeah.
comes Spy.
Let him cook.
Inverse Spy's ripping. Tesla.
Yeah, inverse SPY, seriously.
Spy itself is falling. This is actually a big daily level. I think Casey was talking about this area on Tesla. Is this where we buy the puts?
Ooh.
Hey, are we gonna have the using AI to invest on this one, or is Wolf opening a separate space?
No, we should be
Wolf
doing
should
it on
join
this
in.
one. Wolf should be popping in here in the next minute or so. And we'll get
Oh,
rolling.
Brando just followed me on Blossom.
Brando.
That's cool.
I'm gonna go
Oh,
get me
our
some
boy
food. I'll be
Brando.
back.
Yeah.
No, that other Brando. What do you mean? Look at this dude.
Look at this guy.
Oh, brother.
Oh, brother.
Order filled.
Order filled.
I wonder if Tesla's been on the Prospero radar over this,
Order
I don't
filled.
know, past 2 weeks or so. I haven't actually looked at it too much, but
Jordan, you're gonna probably have some Tesla in the investing competition, huh?
yeah, most likely. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been adding it in our trading portfolio, but I like with all the like erratic Elon Musk behavior, I can't get it into like a high conviction pick.
Yeah,
I
it's hard to
mean,
be confident with
I
that
bought
one.
some. Jordan, not only did I buy Tesla in my competition portfolio, I bought TSLT, 2x long Tesla.
Wow, this guy.
It's coming. I'm not saying I believe in it for the long term, but I think we have a good trade coming up for us over the next month. I would wait for tomorrow, honestly, if it wasn't like the first day of the competition, but we'll see. They have deliveries coming like 9 a.m. tomorrow. Watch out. NVIDIA's still moving higher. And Snowflake with a good turnaround finally. I'd be curious where Snowflake is on Prospero. Name's been beaten down pretty hard.
it does not look good. I just took another look, and it's like even worse than the last time I looked. I mean, it tends to look good in the short term stuff. I think there's always people betting on it in the short term, but like the long term, like it's got great net option sentiment, net social. So I mean, it's the kind of thing that you could definitely look like you could take for some rides, but um, it keeps going down in upside breakout. Like I remember, like not too long ago, it was at like in the 8 now, which just tells me, the long term thesis around it, institutions have just gotten a lot less sure about. And I think people just were hoping it was going to be more like, would accelerate like the profitability more, I think is the main disappointment and the main thing like adding to the uncertainty. I mean, you got to love it as a long term growth company. The question though is when it's just going to like earn enough to be competitive with other like high growth tech names that have been growing, very fast and also profiting at a much higher level.
What's up, Wolf?
Hey,
See you
sorry
guys
about
again.
that. Was having some issues with my Wi-Fi, but I got everything reset and I am officially back in the mix with
All
everything
good,
that's going
baby.
on here. Yeah, I love when it has the perfect timing. It's like, let's just crash everything right before you have to jump into space.
Right.
And going ahead and shooting that invite out to a couple of others as well here. George, halfway through the year, which I'm sure maybe you've touched on at this point, you guys have been crushing it and killing it. Jordan, if you're able to update that title as well, but I'm excited to look forward to this next portion of the year. What a year for tech. And George, you've been hitting on it. Big tech, that's been the area, and it seems like that's where the AI is pointed to. I know I'm jumping in and 5 minutes late here, but I'm curious, just like my first thoughts and questions were, do you have technology inside of Prospero? A lot of people I think use it for trading, for swings, but like if I was to look for like what's the best bets for the next 6 months of the year, is that something that you can kind of look at? Yeah, I mean, the one thing that I always caution is like because our numbers are so sensitive to like kind of the options markets, like I can always tell you what's good now. But sometimes, in a week or two, things look very different. Um, but there are some ties. Like I will say that something like a name that I don't talk about a lot that I've been surprised is looking so strong in Prospero is Apple. And that's one of the things that like I can't tell you exactly why it started to look a lot stronger. Maybe more people are
Super
becoming
cycle.
looking at it more of like a value pick now. But there's some traditional names. I mean, I think Eli Lilly, some people are starting to say it's overvalued, but I think that's just one that I really kind of like regardless of a lot of different economic scenarios. Like they do so well with their R&D. They've got some growth drugs. They've always got new stuff in the pipeline. I like if there's ever a Mag 8, I always kind of say that I think Eli Lilly might be the one that ends up jumping up and joining them. I also really like Broadcom. Like we've been on Broadcom for a while, but that is actually looking the strongest of anything in our signals, especially risk reward. You have less people shorting it than the SMCIs of the world that has kind of been traditionally more our favorite, but it's very elevated in dark pool and short pressure right now. So we're liking Broadcom a lot more. And then, I just think the AI players that aren't exposed to kind of like what I think people might be talking about, which is potential chip overvaluations. So Google, Microsoft are the other ones we really like. And I would say I'm surprised I'm saying this because traditionally I always say I like Google more in AI because they're the big AI brain, so to speak. They had DeepMind that just gives them a lot more flexibility. But I did see what I can only expect was some kind of reaction to Trump doing well in the debates. And I saw Google and Meta get hit around that a little bit. So I'm a little nervous that there could be backlash for some, perceived bias against him. And we might start to, that's the only thing that kind of concerns me on Google. And I would say Meta to a stronger extent, why I'm staying away from that from a risk profile a little more. But, I would say Microsoft is something that, is just not only has a really good kind of broad revenue profit base that, much like I'm talking about with Eli Lilly, even if there's some scenarios where we're worried about AI demand, I think Microsoft has a higher floor. So I think that's kind of the tour of what I really like in the immediate future. I know like sometimes these aren't the most exciting names, but one thing that did come out for those that follow our picks that I was not expecting, I actually saw our best long returns. I mean, other than like chips, we were about 7.5% above the market. And a lot of that, I think you alluded to, Wolf, was us kind of you know, ringing the bell that when some people started to say AI was undervalued, like we said no, and we've been betting on that, and like especially I think QQQ net option sentiment has helped us do that. I did love to see kind of the Wall Street Journal talking about like what we've been talking about for the last 6 months. That was nice to see as people started to do their recaps. Obviously us betting on AI, but actually other than chips, I actually saw our longs, our 35 mid cap longs were actually like our best category, which I didn't expect because a lot of the times, we're kind of hammering on the large cap ones. So that might be something to look at when we make a recommendation. That's kind of not our traditional like, large or mega cap. Might be more juice in that for people. But we kind of dove right in. We didn't talk about the returns much, Wolf. I do actually want to get you a post so you can share the 6 month returns. But yeah, I think we kind of got thrown into it. So if you want to take a step back, kind of start out more how we normally
Yeah.
do, we can do that too.
All right, beautiful. Okay, so for those that are just like coming in and hearing us talking about some of our favorite stock picks for the rest of the year, we are talking about utilizing AI and specifically this Prospero AI app for everything, investing, trading, all that type of stuff. This is, I mean, it's really next level to be quite honest, because I haven't seen anything ever like this for free. You have platforms like, Seeking Alpha that'll give you some of the fundamentals, and you have some other platforms, but these guys are just crushing SPY right now, right? They beat it by 71% in 2022, 47% in 2023. Are you guys really up 84% in 2024?
Yeah, I mean,
Good Lord.
we're really nailing a lot of the chips
Okay. Wait,
stuff.
wait, wait.
Like,
Let me continue for a second. I'll turn it over to you. Yeah,
yeah,
84% return in 2024. Absolute insanity right now. SPY is, I don't even know if SPY is up 20%. I think it's up like 15% right now. So these guys are killing it in comparison, even to QQQ or even like a freaking SMH, I think like ETF, right? With just chips in it. They're just beating it out of the water. Again, myself and Jordan have actively used this. Jordan has actually won our stock picking competition utilizing it, and of course made money. I just put the links in the top of the space. They're free to grab. This is the type of app that you just have to have on your phone if you're an investor. It's super, super transparent as well. There's a free weekly newsletter that like sums up picks. It's not the type of thing where they like throw out a pick and then they're like, all right, well, that one didn't work, right? It's very held accountable. But then inside the app, you just can see tools that you're not going to get anywhere else, and certainly not going to get an easy to understand environment, right? Net option sentiment, and so many other different pieces pulled together and explained to you easily by the AI. So again, I'll let George go into the first 6 months of this year, how they have been crushing it. It'll speak for itself, but just look up top. I put the post up there already. Just go ahead and grab the app while we're talking. And if you can't find it, just DM me the words, or just DM me AI. But do it now so I like actually know what you're talking about, and I don't get an AI DM in like a day later. I'm like, what are they asking? So George, cover for us the first 6 months how this has worked out so well.
yeah, I can get into that. I'm also going to send you right now. I just made a post on kind of like our 6 month review for anyone that might want to follow along with the post as well. Um, but yeah, I think that the main thing that I think we were seeing was as people started to talk about maybe chips especially getting overvalued, like one of the things that we like take pride in our signals is that they're meant to be objective and they're meant to benchmark well against themselves. And there have just been a few times this year where I'd say not only we've seen continued like bullishness and like a lot of the underlying tech in our signals is looking at, basically where institutions are making bets in the options markets. So a lot of the times it can cut through kind of different narratives in the news. You actually see where the leverage bets are, and that's what we focus on. So yeah, at various times this year when we kind of, I'd say, saw some market fear, we were loading up at times. I think one time we were 3x SMCI. We've been playing Broadcom more lately when we've basically seen QQQ net option sentiment stay high. And then the other thing is we have had more shorts than longs this year, which in a bull market at such profits that that might make people take a step back. But one of the ways we use shorts is for risk control. Like, this has been such a volatile year, a stock pickers market. One of the things we recommend and has been working very well in a volatile market for us is we tend to go into the week like pretty equal long short, because a lot of the times we've noticed that, especially some of our option sentiment numbers can get more clarity as the week goes on, as the news events unfold. And then we, a lot of the times we'll clear out of our shorts, sometimes enter some new ones. Our average hold time on our longs are about 9 days, and about 5 on the shorts. So yeah, we've kind of been very opportunistic, making sure we're properly hedged for all the volatility in the market. But then when we've seen the right tech setups and something around, and we always advocate, like, have a high level macro thesis. And our high level macro thesis was that AI was going to carry the market. So when we kind of saw the confluence of those factors lining up, we loaded up around that thesis, and it's gone very well for us.
That's awesome to hear that it's worked out that way. And I do see you shot that over, so I'll get it shared up top. We got a couple folks in here who have actively used it, so I do want to hear from them too. If you want to go over to them, is there anything else you wanted to kind of like cover yourself before we maybe bring in Corey or Jordan?
No, I think it's always nice to get a little tour, see what other questions might come up.
Okay, perfect. Corey, great to have you on. You've written a bunch of threads on this. I would love to hear from you how you've actively used this throughout the year, how it's helped you, maybe if there's any notable gains that it's led to.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Yep, I've used Prospero for now, I think about a year and a half, since January 23. So I have had some really good fortune by using it. The first trade, and the reason, just a heads up, the reason that I use it, I'm nothing special. I usually trade index funds. I work full time. So I don't have a lot of time to do a ton of research on my own. And that's why Prospero for me has been really helpful. It saves me a lot of time. I learn about a lot of companies that I would have never learned about through the app, through the screener on the app. So the first trade I ever did with Prospero was actually Tesla back in January of 23. I think it was like number 1 or number 2 with, I think, the upside potential was 100. There were all these very, very clear signs that Tesla was probably a good buy back then. And I don't remember the exact percentage that I made, but I think I got in maybe 107, and I don't know exactly where I got out, but it was between 150 and 180. So it was a pretty good gain overall. And I think that was only within maybe a month, maybe 2 months. So that was a really good buy. And then George, I don't know if George knows this or not. I don't necessarily follow every single advice, every single pick that you give, but I do choose a few of them to buy. So for example, January of 24, I went ahead, I think in your email or the newsletter that you provide, you talked about SMCI. And that was a really good pick for me. That one was crazy. That was like 80%, which that's not normal, but that was a really good trade for me. And then actually last week, you had recommended SMCI as well. And I got in there and made a little money on that one. So for me, it's great. Like, I can just go into the app. I look at the screener. It shows the top companies. Now you can actually search for like the long-term companies, short-term companies, and you can actually, if you scroll down, you can see the charts that kind of give you more of a trend line. I think that's helpful, as well as the newsletter that you provide. I think it's all just a really good tool, especially for like the everyday person that doesn't necessarily have a ton of time. They can't really devote hours of research every day or every week. I just think it's a really good tool. It gives us the same information that a lot of hedge fund managers have. So from my perspective, it's awesome. And I actually can't believe it's still free. So I think it's a really good value.
Yeah, it's nuts, right? I'm curious, George, this is funny, like to flip it the opposite way, but like, what question would you have as the owner for a user like Corey?
Oh, that is a great question. I mean, I always want to know, like, how we can make it easier, like how we can how we can help people more. What's the next step? Whether it's new features, whether it's things where you're just like, oh, I noticed this didn't go well for me because there was a point of confusion. That's what I always want to hear.
Interesting. I think we've already talked about this, but the app looked different, I think 6 months ago. I don't know exactly when that new iteration was. But in this new iteration, you can see the charts, which I mentioned, like you have a trend line. There's a screener. I don't think there was a screener in the last iteration. So from that perspective, I think it's all really good. I also love, like, you can just go in there and search for you just put in any ticker symbol and it will give you the scores. And it's kind of funny because, I look at other recommendation, like other sites that recommend stocks, and I'll take some of their recommendations and just plug it into the Prospero app. And then it's really funny how sometimes the scores are not very good. So, just off the top of my head, I don't know if there's any improvements specifically that I would look for, but yeah, I assume, George, you'll continue to improve and iterate as needed.
Good to know there's nothing outstanding.
Very nice. Appreciate that, Corey. Jordan, the host himself, I want to bring you in as well. And by the way, as Jordan is speaking here, I'm also going to take something, and I'm going to comment it below the space, or you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to comment it below the item that I have put into the top of the space. So if you want to see, and again, this is the blessing to this, right? Is a verified track record. Ultimately, at the end of the day, that's all that matters, right? Anybody can post any trade. Oh, I made this win, right? All of that stuff. Verified track record. These guys are doing it. The review, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to comment it underneath the pinned tweet in the space, so you can go ahead and take a look at it yourself. But let's keep it popping here, Jordan. I want to come over to you and hear your thoughts on this app, how you best used it, how it fits for your style.
Yeah, I've been loving Prospero for the time that I've been using it. It's been, I think, close to a year now. So I've definitely gotten like a good understanding of like what works best for me. And to be honest, a lot of my newsletter plays, not all the time, but a lot of those will come from Prospero. I kind of use it as like my stock picker finder, right? It's kind of like my stock screener because I don't use normal screeners at all. Sorry if my voice is really hoarse, by the way. I've been out on vacation, so I don't have much of a
Someone
voice
in my
today.
Discord said you sound like George. Someone in my Discord said you sound like
Oh
George
my
Clooney.
gosh, stop
I don't know
it.
if I
Oh
hear
my
it,
gosh.
but I don't know. That's what it was. Not me who said that.
All right.
I tagged you in it.
But no, Prospero is great. I pretty much I like to go on there at the beginning of every week when I'm doing my newsletter and just see what picks that there are to offer for the short term. And for the most part, I just go to those charts, and if there's short term bullish picks on there, I'm looking to line those up with my technical analysis, right? I know that those picks on Prospero, like all the ones on the short term bull picks, those are all solid, right? At the end of the day, it just needs to line up with my criteria, my technical analysis. So that's kind of how I use it. I'll go through all the tickers that are on there at the beginning of the week and just kind of pick out which ones look good as a setup for me in my trading. And a lot of the time, I'll either at least have those on the newsletter or I'll actually be playing those plays and any other plays I might have found myself, right? But that's really the biggest use for me is just finding other stock picks that I might have not seen on my own, right? Because I'm not sitting here doing a ton of research all the time. I'm just watching price action simply, right? So, and I have my normal watch list of all the normal tickers, SPY, Apple, Microsoft, Tesla, Google, all the normal stuff. So I'm never really searching for those outliers, and Prospero does a great job at doing that for me, right? Those outliers that might have a lot of bullish volume towards them. I don't really look at the short picks too much, to be honest. I'm more just looking at the bullish picks, especially in the market we've been in. But yeah, just getting my eyes on other stocks that I might have not seen before and then lining that up with my technical analysis has been working great for me. So that's definitely my biggest use with Prospero. And I think just using it as as an extra point of confluence like that for everybody else can be super beneficial, right? Using AI to your advantage, might as well. And they have some great stuff on there, and obviously the free newsletter. That's great. Everybody should be subscribed to that. If you're not, it makes no sense. It's free, and you get some great picks throughout there. So definitely recommend that. But yeah, that's kind of my style with using it. I don't really just obviously buy something because of the app itself, but it definitely gives me that extra confidence, especially when I'm swing trading. Everybody knows I've been swing trading a lot more lately. And it just makes it a lot easier to be able to sit in those positions when I know that, you know, Prospero says it's looking good and my TA is telling me it looks good, right? So that's definitely my biggest use for it.
I also got to say, Jordan, because you've been on this with me for a while, the app just looks so much better as well, right? Like over
Yeah.
time, like I don't know, like the interface.
Yeah, the interface wasn't even bad before, but now I don't know. It feels very just simple, and I'm big on things being like aesthetically pleasing. I think if something looks good, I'm gonna want to use it more. It's just simple, right? It's like when you dress good, you feel better. It's the same type of thing. So I 100% agree with you. The user interface is super simple to understand. Even like I know when I first got on here, I looked at all the you know the net options, the net social, and I didn't really know what any of that meant, but it's so easy. You can literally just click in and it'll tell you exactly what each of those mean. You can learn what they all mean very quickly. And yeah, so no, I 100% agree with you that interface has just gotten better, and I really don't think you can do too much better with the interface, but I'd love to see you surprise me.
Yeah. So again, I just encourage people, once you hop on the app, you get it, right? You come in, first page, our picks. You can sort by short-term bull, short-term bear, long-term bull, long-term bear, right? Just literally just swiping through the columns. Short-term bull. All right, now it's going to explain why it's short-term bullish. High net options and net social favor, a rise in price, high short pressure and dark pool filtered out for lower risk, right? It like walks you through the whole system, and then just scroll down and it's just a bunch of stocks that honestly I am bullish on right now. So it's nice to see in here. And the top pick is one of my top picks right now. I added to it this morning, which is Amazon. And so I can just go in, click Amazon immediately, just like a little like heat map almost. Basically, or I guess it's not a heat map, George. What are those things called when it's like pulling towards different areas? The
Spider
pentagon.
graphs.
Spider graph. All right, spider graph. So it shows me it's pulling, towards upside, and it has great areas for profitability, market similarity, growth. If I need to know what any of those things mean or why they are important, I can click in. There's a full explanation that I can swipe up on to learn more, right? Short term, big things here. Net option sentiment, net social, and net institutional are all getting hammered. Net institutional on Amazon right now has a 95 rating. What does that even mean? Net institutional flow, right? Short term signal tracking the market activity of institutions based on their SEC filings. While high numbers mean big purchases, that could push the price up, with low numbers meaning the opposite, right? So, and the beauty is like you should never trade off of one signal itself. You're now taking 5 different signals, 10 different signals, and you're creating a picture from them. So I can see, the net option sentiment moving in tandem with price here. I can see the upside breakout moving with it, all those pieces kind of just coming together and explaining the trade here. And then also kind of like looking long term, because maybe, you always want to see if these things line up short term and long term is nice to see, right? AVGO. I know that this was like, Jordan, I feel like AVGO was like the number one that we kind of took away from
AVGO
here.
was on there for so long, like, and it wasn't like, oh, AVGO absolutely ripped and then it was on there. It's been on there for I don't know, a year. I mean, as long as we've been using it, pretty much, I feel like I've seen AVGO on the somewhere
It,
on the
it,
picks. So
AVGO is probably up like 100% from when we started talking about how it was the favorite pick on
yeah,
Prospero.
and just to add to it, Wolf, like, because when I got on there, for everybody that doesn't know, like, I got on there and I didn't know what the hell like any of the stuff meant, and it literally took me maybe 30 minutes to like go through it, understand. Okay, this is the net option sentiment, everything, and then you just put it all together, and then with your TA, and I was starting to use it the day after I downloaded it, right? So for any of the audience that's listening that maybe wants to try it, super easy to learn. I mean, it's not this hard thing to pick up, right? Super simple. It's all right in front of you there. So yeah, no, great stuff.
Yeah, boom. I mean, just look through this. I love it. I just get ideas every time. George, can you just real quick explain, maybe like for those that don't want to have to go through the app every week and just want you to like tell them what your favorite picks are, how everything works with the newsletter and stuff like that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the way that I look at it, and it's a good question because I get this question in the newsletter sometimes in terms of how much I churn through the picks, and anything that I'm putting in kind of my high conviction newsletter portfolio, it's anywhere between like 5 and 20 stocks at a given time. those are picks that I would also like long term as well. It just so happens that the way we kind of teach people about it, our whole approach is to just kind of be very, almost like I would say pedantic with the numbers. So, like, when we even started to do even better was when I would start to say, like, hey, I might already own Meta, but I don't want overexposure to communications because I'm not necessarily that bullish that I would want, many longs. And Google just looks better right now, so we're just going to pick it. And that doesn't mean that we don't like Meta. And one of the reasons Meta's out of our portfolio right now is like not because it's got excellent net option sentiment, it's got excellent upside breakout, low downside breakout, but it's elevated in short pressure and dark pool. And that gives you a feel for kind of how we use all of the different things together. And we kind of always try to lay this out as clearly as possible in the newsletter. But yeah, if you ever want to know like what we think are just best in our signals in any given moment, that's going to be what you see in the newsletter picks. Like the app, things like our picks, like as people are saying, that's more about idea generation. You'll get more ideas there, obviously 10 in each. And then also if you look on, search, you can search by signal and see like the highest upside breakout or highest net option sentiment. All of those are idea generation methodologies because one of the things that we always emphasize to people, and I know that this is the right audience for this, so it's great, is that nobody can teach you how to invest from ground zero. And if you're just like, even if you take like great stock picks and you're just new, you're not always going to be able to get the type of execution or tracking or read the market properly where you can do that well. So that's why we always emphasize, as Jordan kind of says, exactly how he uses it, to use it as one of the tools in your toolkit. It could be a powerful one. Like we're saying, it could be in the newsletter where we kind of make a pick that we like plan our flag in, and then you go say, oh, does this make sense to me on the other side? Or, kind of like the reverse, where you go into the app and you see for idea generation, if it kind of matches up with the typical research you do. Like, it's really been built to be a blank slate that could be useful to like any type of strategy. And the only other things that I want to give are just like some rules that like when Prospero was created, one of the things that we set out to do from the start, like honestly, we didn't expect it to be the trading signal that it's become. Like we actually just were trying to be transparent in terms of visualizing well where institutions are making their bets as a means of risk management for retail. We didn't expect to lead the market this well. But the one thing we explicitly set out to do was to create easier language around stocks. And yeah, I've definitely seen some of the things that Corey's talked about, like some people's hopes and dreams of like what they think are hot stock picks online getting crushed pretty fast in Prospero, because we've tried to make it pretty easy to say like, hey, I don't think this is, the right bull thesis for you if say downside is greater than upside. Really easy rule, and then if you're shorting it, you want downside to be greater than upside, for example. But there's very few things that are that simple rules to follow when it comes to investments. And that was one of the things we're trying to tackle. Same kind of thing with that option sentiment. We'd recommend you'd never really want to look below 50 for a long or, short anything above 50. But you really want that net option sentiment to be above 80 on longs. And I will quite frequently drop stocks, especially tech stocks, if I see net option sentiment go below 80. There is some nuance there, and that's where, the time series graphs, like we mentioned, come in because, for a bank stock or an energy stock, I'm actually very happy to invest at like 60 or 70, especially if net option sentiment is on a nice upswing. So we have a lot of those easy rules. A few of the other ones, just to like rattle off the things that I always tell people. When you see like short pressure and or dark pool rating go above 70, we tend to say that that means risk is pretty elevated in terms of volatility. So we tend to try to avoid those or minimize the number of stocks that have that kind of exposure in our portfolio. And then, the big thing for an additional risk management methodology, we like to say, okay, we like upside to be about 30 points higher than downside and profitability plus growth to be greater than 120. And we've just seen people hit at very high rates when they're using like all of those risk control like practices. And just to review just how it might look at a complete picture, you want net option sentiment you want net option sentiment above 80 and less. It's like, a stock that trades options less frequently and say like, financials or energy. Then you want profitability plus growth to be above 120 and you want upside to be about 30 points higher than downside. If you put all those rules together, you'll get really good risk managed stocks. And then those are also numbers that you can watch to say like, is this still a really safe, long-term investment in the short term if you just kind of check up on those rules.
Yeah, you really do simplify it for people, make it nice and easy to understand. We got a couple folks on stage who haven't had a chance to speak yet. Want to see if they have any thoughts, questions here. Snipe, I know you've been learning more about this. I think you were on our last space that we did with the crew. I'm curious if you have any thoughts or questions here.
To be honest, I don't want to talk too much because I'm not the most educated on the platform. But I'm clicking around and looking at it, and I'm kind of surprised this is free. Like this.
It
This
don't
seems
take
like
long to get educated on this one. That's why it's so simple and easy. I love it.
yeah, this could be easily monetized. But like, I think that it's kind of like Robinhood for a new trader. How I would suggest it. This app is very dummy proof. Like it's very easy for a new trader to really look at and really understand what's what on here. Um, I'm very new to this platform. I mean, I've probably got about 20 minutes of total clicking around experience, but I really like what I see so far. I would strongly recommend, based on what I've seen so far, that everyone should just give this a click. It's free. You can't really go wrong with that.
Very true. Evan, you got any questions here?
Oop, sorry, it took a second to get over here. I asked some earlier on some specific stocks. I don't know if you've seen Wolf Snowflake kept coming back up. So it's still on the Prospero one, it still needs some work. Maybe it needs to kind of base out here. He also said that Apple was one of the better ones recently, so that made me feel good.
Yeah, also like I
I'd be
do want to
curious.
say
Yeah.
it's looking very strong. Snowflake is looking very strong in the short term signals, like a number of them. So there's something to be said there. Like I tend to it doesn't follow that rule that I just said where upside is 30 points higher than downside. But yeah, I mean it's 90 net options, 86 net social, 72 net institutional, and it's got a nice upward trend on net option sentiment. So like it wouldn't be my favorite long-term hold, but certainly for a trader that sees the right technical setup for it, it's definitely looking good in some key short-term signals. Snowflake.
What about Tesla?
Yeah, Tesla. I mean, I've been adding Tesla in my trading portfolio because it started to look really solid again. When Tesla is not doing well, I see it dip below 80 upside breakout, but it's all the way up at 88, 93 net option sentiment. Short pressure has been down. It's actually 66, which is really good for Tesla. So seeing the bears maybe back off a little bit, I've been adding it, like as I said, like kind of at the start. I don't like with all of like the headline risk of you never know what could happen with Elon Musk. It's too risky for me in my high conviction portfolio. But as a trade, it looks very solid right now. And I have two positions in my trading portfolio.
Nice.
Is there a way? Have you thought about this, George?
Ooh,
Yeah.
I lied. One more question. George, I just started a stock picking competition for the next quarter. I'm a little bit more of a long-term guy, but I'd be curious if you were tasked with picking one stock, a couple stocks, or something like that you would want to hold if you were starting an investing competition over the next quarter, what you'd want to be in.
If I had to build like a small portfolio, what I'm looking at right now, I would probably pick Broadcom, Microsoft, Eli Lilly, Google, and Amazon.
Thank you. Perfect.
We'll see how that
George,
does.
what's your more than your thoughts? I was gonna ask your thoughts on, hey, these stocks have already run so much. Why are they your top picks? But I'd like that, but also what's the data that you're seeing inside the app that's showing, hey, the run is not over here?
Yeah, I mean, I have shifted a little bit. Like, before we're like even a few months ago, we were like really hammering on NVIDIA and SMCI. But I basically saw like my big concern with NVIDIA, it was holding at 100 net option sentiment and it's retreated. So that's had me back off as well as upside breakout going down a little bit for that. For SMCI, like I'm just seeing like too much short pressure, very high dark pool rating. That again just makes me like worried about the risk. But then you look at Broadcom, and Broadcom's very high on option sentiment, net social. So that's kind of how I look at like my safe way to get chips exposure as like some of like our kind of bread and butter chip stocks have receded a little bit. Oh, I see Broadcom's net social has gone a little lower, but 100 net option sentiment. And obviously it's doing pretty well to start this week, Broadcom. So that's kind of how I think about that kind of risk in tech. And then yeah, like basically what we're talking about is ways in case like the chip makers have some more downside. I'm starting to see like some of that, receding. Basically a lot of those other things are trying to get, what we believe large cap growth exposure. That's what kind of we call like our AI proxy. But, I know it was on a space last week that I even first discovered this and like looked at it. If you look at 3-month returns, large cap growth is the only thing in the green, and that's up about 9%. Large cap value, I believe, is down about 2%, and everything other than that, mid cap, small cap, has been down more than that. So large cap growth is carrying the market, and I'm just like looking at that data set. I'm saying like, hey, like I like to look at data sets and say like, what is my reason for thinking this is not going to continue, right? And I don't necessarily have a reason. I'm just shifting risk around because where I see like, short pressure, dark pool rising a little bit on SMCI, net options going down in NVIDIA, that's telling me that kind of like maybe big chip is going to trade down a little bit, but then getting exposure to like Microsoft, Broadcom, Google, that continues to get kind of AI exposure. And Google especially is kind of like a discount relative to, 2025 PE. Like it's very low for the Mag 7. Microsoft is a bit higher, but still a much better value than something like, NVIDIA. So that's kind of how I look at things holistically. And then, Eli Lilly is just something that like, yeah, that's a really good example of, I think what you're saying when people start to say like, oh, this is up so much, like, can it keep going? But kind of our philosophy at Prospero is like, and what we've seen kind of work time and time again is like, yeah, if there's still aggressive live options bets in something like Eli Lilly in the short and long term, there's no reason to think it can't just like keep going up, even though some technical signals don't look at it that way. Like we rode Meta that's still at 100 upside breakout, and if it didn't have like some of the risk factors we discussed, we'd probably still be riding it. But it's been at 100 upside since February 16th, 2023, when it was trading at 170, and it stayed there, even as at times technical signals have soured on it because the long-term options pricing dynamics, demand has stayed very high. We've seen price targets continue to raise, which is part of our upside breakout. We look at, we integrate analyst information. And then we also like throw in like, price momentum factors in there. And obviously, that's telling a story of something that can keeping going up. So we've actually built this technology to really be able to tell us the difference between a stock that is going up and might be showing some risk factors, like we mentioned with SMCI, or stocks that are going up that are just not displaying the same risk factors. So we can stay confident in them.
Perfect. I actually was thinking for this space specifically, we have a lot of traders that are in here, and we've talked about short term and long term, but what about like day-to-day trading? Is there a way that people can use it there?
Oh yeah, I mean net option sentiment. I have a portfolio, my model portfolio that I started 6/4/23 that has cycled through 1,534 investments. So over 100 ideas a month that we're generating and executing on. That is almost solely on net option sentiment. Like I would say like just that rule that we're talking about. If you go, you check on net option sentiment before you make a trade. It updates every 3 minutes. So it helps you a lot to see like if you have, if you're thinking about an exit, if net option sentiment is trending the wrong way, that can support that. If you're like wondering if you should stay in something when it started to fade a little bit, if you actually see net option sentiment going up, that's given me conviction time and time again to stay in. And then other than that, it's like I would say the easiest thing for me is just no brainer exits. There's so many times where I am long and I see net option sentiment dip below 50, or I'm short and I see it go above 50, where I don't even think about it. I don't even care what the technicals say. I just exit. And that's going to be like, yeah, that is just a very, very useful signal to either form confluence in your decision point or sometimes really like push you over the edge if you're looking to get some conviction one way or the other.
It's good to hear. All right, Corey, we kind of briefly heard from you a little bit beforehand, but what would you, as someone who actively uses this, is there anything that you'd like to see come into it, or that you've maybe been talking with George about upcoming features that you're excited for?
That's a good question. No, I mean, I will tell you, I don't know, George, if you want to talk about this, but I guess you did. You do have a paid newsletter. So there's the free app, a free newsletter, and then a paid newsletter. And in that newsletter, you actually give picks, and I think that is really helpful as well. But obviously, all that data is from the app. So I don't know. For me, I like your your recommendations. It makes me I go and double check a couple of things, and if I happen to see the email on time, sometimes I'll go ahead and do it. I'm very similar to Jordan in that I only generally trade on the longs versus the shorts. But yeah, I mean, the recommendations are great. And actually, I'm learning, even George, as you're talking today, I'm kind of learning about some of the thresholds that you see. Sometimes, you don't necessarily get that from the app. So hearing about I don't know, you said, I think, upside on some stocks is higher. Like, for example, I think, well, Meta you said was 100, and obviously if that dipped down, I think you said Tesla, if that goes below 80, that's a red flag for you. So it's interesting to hear your thoughts on that. That doesn't necessarily sometimes translate through the app. But I'm sure as you kind of look at different stocks and understand their patterns, maybe some of those trends become a little more clear.
Yeah, I think that's like something that anyone can do. I wish there was like a good way to like put in all of those rules. But like the one thing that I promise for Prospero, because I feel like people generally overpromise when it comes to investments, is I say, if you look at the numbers, you'll improve. You'll get better. Making it a part of your process will help you improve. And I'm happy to guarantee that. Like, even though it could be a lot harder. But like, yeah, I think for Corey, like a lot of the stuff that we have is really good for someone with like a long-term view. All of like our new products, like we're gonna come out with trade alerts later this summer, which is just something that like wraps a lot of our newer data science in kind of easier action points that get delivered in the app. I think that'll be really helpful for a lot of people with a more like trading mindset. Our Discord, we're going to roll out even more of our like test data science. We have a web app coming in 2025 for people that like charting a lot more. So like, yeah, I would say like if you're a long-term investor, a lot of what we have is built for you already. But for people that are kind of on the higher frequency note, for people that are checking a lot more and looking for new ideas delivered quickly, we have a lot. That's where we have a lot more coming in the pipe.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, like I said, I like hearing the thresholds that you talk about. Those are really helpful for me.
Yeah,
Really good
that's
stuff.
just from watching the app every day for four
Yep.
or 5 years.
Makes sense. George, about 6-7 minutes left here before I throw any other questions around. And I'm curious, Doc Snipe, if anything came up on your mind while you've just been playing around with it. But is there anything that we haven't touched on yet that you want to make sure we touch on? And before you do that, for those that came in late, I will tell you this is one of the best apps that you're going to find if you are a long-term investor, short-term investor, trader, doesn't matter. They explain it clearly. The interface is easy and it's free. So there's literally zero opportunity cost to going ahead and giving it a try. I pinned a link to it up top in the space. It's the only post in the space. It works on both Android and iOS. So really no reason not to try it out now. And again, if you can't find it, just DM me the word AI and I will send it to you. Unless you're Evan, in which case stop DMing me. But George, is there anything that we haven't gone over just here today that you want to make sure that we cover?
Yeah, I think one thing is like it's always that we always like to make sure we get in is why is it free? And I think sometimes, and I see it on like threads about Prospero sometimes, and everybody you get your skeptics too good to be true. And so like one thing we like to be very open about is like we are trying to earn trust of retail investors by offering them better technology that's out there, I think even in the paid products for free. And we want to do that because there's a whole process for Prospero. And like those that don't know my background, I actually worked at my first hedge fund when I was 17. I taught myself accounting to get that job, and I've been in AI for 13 years, really trying to build something that could help retail investors because I've had this like larger goal of wanting to see a more fair financial markets. So basically, like the way Prospero will be built is we're rolling out these products. We kind of have what we like to say is a logical short-term strategy. Like it drives us crazy to see all the AI snake oil out there, people claiming they can, beat Bridgewater or Renaissance in an automated AI competition or whatever. And that's just not realistic. You know, those places could lose $100 million in a day and not bat an eye. And, a lot of these startups haven't even raised that much. So, one of the things we have always tried to do is differentiate by saying, like, no, what we're actually doing is understanding, visualizing, refreshing very quickly where institutions are betting in the aggregate because we think that is a realistic short-term goal. But our longer-term goal, once we've scaled, once we've earned trust, is we want to ask people to, donate data by asking things like, what's your temperature, and be able to model say a pandemic in real time and essentially do what the US senators did when they were, reassuring the public, shorting the market and making this private arbitrage. We actually want to gather that data, put it into our predictions, make them perform even better than they already are, and give people an incentive to share even more data because that will kind of flip the script and give us an advantage on Wall Street because Wall Street runs on alternative data. And by working with retail investors, we could have a better data set than them. And we already have awesome technology. So we always think that that's a very important thing. And I'm happy to field questions on that because I think that there needs to be a structural fix to the problem of like institutions paying, billions and billions of dollars on alternative data, things like real-time credit card swipes, camera data, satellite images, location data. All that's just going to make them stronger and stronger. And if retail investors don't really have a plan to, counter that, it's just going to be their computing advantages, their data advantages are just going to grow stronger and stronger. And, that's why we think it's very important to build the company this way and earn the trust of retail investors in this fashion.
Well put. Well put. All right. Leaving it on the panel. If there's any other thoughts or questions or things that people want to put into the mix, Jordan, is there anything else for yourself? Just advice on, how it's best worked for you, that if someone goes in and tries out, like you would point them towards that strategy?
I would just point people towards, because I know I was talking about like how I kind of do them for the week long picks for the most part. At least the way I do it, that I think could be a good tip is like Sunday or Monday morning when I wake up early and do my newsletter. Like that's kind of my weekly check over it. I'll still keep eyes on it throughout the week, but the way I've been using it, at least I just feel like the Monday morning is going to give me like the new week of picks for just for the new week, right? And I'll just go through all of those and see if it matches up with my TA and if there's a setup there, right? That's all I'm looking for, is an opportunity in the market on whatever stock that it's giving me, right? If I look at the stock and it looks like, oh, it's had a great move, but I would like to buy it a lot lower, then I might just wait on it. Especially if the internals are still looking great, I'll just set alerts and wait for the dip where I want it, right? And if the opportunity is in that spot where I'm like, okay, I want to be buying here, like off a daily 21 EMA, right? If a stock is in a strong trend and all the internals on Prospero are looking good, I'll be buying off that 21 EMA, right? In a strong trend. I play that play all the time. I played it on Shop today. We're still holding that to see if we can get continuation outside of this consolidation, right? So, for me, it's just, yeah, looking at those stocks. If there's opportunities at the time, I'll buy them right then. If not, I'll just set some alerts and wait for those opportunities to arise.
Beautiful. All right, George, here with the last minute or two, just want to give you the floor. If there's anything else you want to put in front of people, I see a good amount have gone ahead and checked it out through that link and downloaded it. It's super easy to use. I don't think anyone's going to have trouble picking it up. Just curious if you have any other thoughts here.
Yeah, I mean the only other thing is like I'm always happy to get people up to speed on it. It doesn't, you don't have to be an influencer. You want to email me at george@prospero.ai or DM me on X or whatever. I everyone that's interacted with Prospero, like some people, definitely anyone that you're like talking to here, I've helped get up to speed. And like there's like the idea of it being a blank slate, and then some extra help that I can give in terms of getting to know people's like risk profiles or what the best product is for them. Always happy to help people out, because in my view, I win when you guys win, and you have other people that you tell about how well it worked for you. So that's a very good use of my time, and I never mind anyone reaching out to me to that end.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, George, for spending the time with us to educate. Trust me, guys, if you're not hopping into the free app and checking it out, even for 10 minutes, you're probably just costing yourself opportunity costs of all that money and knowledge and insights and data that you could be intaking and time you could be saving. So, really fun stuff here. I'm going to run and open up a power hour. Jordan, I'm going to turn this one over to you.
Sounds good. Yeah, everybody should go and join that, because I'm going to wrap this up. But definitely, audience, take advantage of what George was saying. He's helped me out. We hopped on a Zoom and he helped me out. I'm sure he'd be open to help you guys out on an email or whatever works for you guys. So definitely take him up on that offer if you are having any trouble with the platform or just want to get more details on it, right? So appreciate everybody. I'm going to wrap things up, but it was a great first day back. I'm going to try and rest my voice a little bit so I don't sound so rough on Spaces here. But I'll see everybody bright and early tomorrow. We'll be back. I'll be hosting the rest of the week, so no more rugs from Knots. Hopefully,
No more
yeah,
rugs. Yeah, no more
no more
midday
rugs. Don't
pickups.
worry, I'm staying on the Wi-Fi. So we'll see everybody
See you
bright and
later,
early
George.
tomorrow. Love you guys. Peace out. Have a great night.